And your boy, Friday the South Man, Georges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rasta. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of spoon television.
You, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched.
And your boy, Friday the South Man,
FM.
Georges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Good evening from Liberia. I'm checking this country. 22 minutes clamping 9 o'clock. And let me say good evening to you wherever you are, any part of the world. And this is your show right here, Spoon Talk on Spoon TV Live. We are also live on Fabric, on Super, and we are on YouTube. And our handle is Spoon Talk. And so we welcome you to your program. Of course, I know you are pretty seated by your radio, watching via your own mediums. This is Phone Talk. And very soon, the CEO and the rest of the panelists will be on. My name is Lorena Honoré. I am your producer. As we welcome you, call your friends and family members and please share the show. It's time for you to be fed with credible information from across Liberia. And so many thanks to all of you having the show aired via your own mediums in your counties, at the border points. Thank you very much. It is because of you that people in the villages and the towns and the counties are listening to Spoon Talk. Even the old man holding her little small button phone can listen to Spoon Talk. Because you decided to relay the program. We appreciate you. And so different things happen across Liberia today, and like what is happening in Nimba County today, the authority was turned over, the Godfather authority, since the late senator slept. Senator Prince Ward Johnson, the authority was turned over to Honorable Samuel Koga, and as he is now the godfather of Nimba County. If you didn't know, we saw different kinds of rituals being performed, and of course our network is there. The guys are there making sure you see what is happening according to the tradition and the ritual performed. Samuel Koga took over in terms of authority and power from the late Senator Prince Johnson. And of course, activities surrounding his burial and funeral services are ongoing there in Nimba County, where thousands of Liberians traveled from across, even border points from Togo, from Ivory Coast, as we were told. They are there in Nimba County for the burial of Senator Prince Ward Johnson. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and her name is Sarah Beslo Nyanti, as you may know, and her Moroccan counterpart, Naza Bureta, signed 15 agreements on today, marking a new chapter in the growing partnership between the Kingdom of Morocco and, of course, the Republic of Liberia. That is something Liberians want, and we pray for wanting to see better things happening in our country, especially where it concerns us being connected, and the world can talk about us and connect. Every day Liberians are saying, we want investors to come into the country. We want investors to come into the country. We want people outside of Liberia to know about this country called Liberia. So that is the job of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sarah Nyanti. That's Sarah Beslo Nyanti. And Joint Security have been calling on the lawyers of Edridge to come and get him. All right, that I know the CEO and the rest of the crew, they are going to discuss that. That started last night and it has been discussed and as they come on. But you as a Liberian, you are there and different things have been happening in your country. You might just want to, chip in what is on your mind, what is it you want to talk about. It could be economical, political, I don't know what it is, social issue, whatever it is. This is your platform, the People's Platform. We welcome you, all of you. Let me welcome our online viewers. William Yanati, you are welcome. Thomas Richard Clark, William A.K. Sinian, Jinian, Nathanie, aka OPS1. I tell you, he says, good evening, Spoon family. You are welcome. Daniel Bono, please share the show. Share it in your different groups. J. Habaku Kwowie, you are welcome. Nathanie, you are there again. Daniel Cooper, share the show. Make sure thousands and millions of people can come on. If you want to know about Liberia, this is where you should be. Like I said, different things happen across the country, but some of you are always there making sure you call in and tell us about what is on your mind. You are concerned about your country, discussing Liberia, Mama Liberia, the progress of this country in different corners and quarters of the country. We welcome you. 07777 1075 055 101075. Dr. Richardson is already seated. Dr. Richardson, you are welcome, Doc. Welcome. We're back again.
Yes, Lorena, it's good to see you again. I'm happy that you are hosting Spoon Talk. It's always good to have an additional female to discuss issues relating to our country. There's a lot of things, a lot of trending news that will be breaking here today. And I want to welcome everyone. Tune in, share the show. Take some time right now, share the show, call a family member. If you are listening by way of radio, we'll do our best to make sure that you understand the discussion, because sometimes I know we are showing pictures and we're not describing the pictures to you, or we're not describing the situation to you. And so it makes it difficult for you to follow. But we are very cautious of that. And we will definitely do our best to be able to explain issues to you. But in the meantime, you can call a friend to come and watch the program with you, or you can call a friend so you guys can have a good discussion about what is happening in our country. This is our way of, providing civic education to the Liberian people. So Lorena, it's great to see. I just told my husband when he walked in, I said, remember that night we're looking for food? I just found a new place, Thomas Restaurant.
Dr. Richardson. Yeah, so we sent for more food, and he sent us something. It was not enough. We sent for more. We told him, but we're not even supposed to be paying. But anyways, we have to promote our own businesses. Yeah, and so Dr. Richardson, I want to take a few calls. Today we saw different things happening where it concerns the late senator. Different rituals being performed. Some people were confused, but it's a traditional thing you will never understand. But we were told that the mantle has been turned over to Samuel Koga, Honorable Koga. Yeah, he's now the new godfather of Nimba County. Yeah, so we won't be surprised if he will be running to be senator too. So we have callers already coming through.
Yes, say something briefly about that. I just put on my political cap, and you said it right. You stole the words out of my mouth. I was wondering, I respect the ritual, the tradition. It was good to observe that, but to what extent that passing on the baton to him to be the traditional godfather, to what extent does that boost his desire to be senator? Is that what they're telling us? Is that a message, symbolic message that we, the Liberians, are receiving right now? So I want us to put our thinking cap and let's see what happens. So please go ahead, take calls, let Liberian people talk about how they feel about that, as well as multiple other issues that are happening in the country. So thank you, Lorena, for saying that.
All right. So if you are there, the fact that you are listening, you have the right to call and be on the show. Share your views. 077771075, 05551101075. We have our first caller. Let's talk to you. Good evening. Good evening. Your name. Straight to the point quickly, please.
Yeah, so Lorena, let me say good evening to you and good evening to Dr. Richardson, our mother on the Spoon Talk.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Mohammed Kane. I speak from the Buddha Art. Let me say good evening to the CEO and the panelists and the CEO of Waterspoon Diaspora. My concern to my dear sister, says Lorena. For me, I'm going to borrow myself now. I'm a vision impaired person, says Lorena. Once I was happy, that is Senator Senator Johnson. He was the one that was really keeping fair with me if it comes to the issue of my renting. It happened the senator did that for the past 4 to 5 years for me. It happened in a price for this. So on this Spoon Talk, I want to appeal to Dr. Richardson, our dear mother, to the deputy CEO of the Spoon, Mother Spoon, Honorable Waterspoon, Southern Alexander Waterspoon, and all of the folks, the folk from the diaspora and within Liberia. People who are listening to me more beside Mother Water and Dr. Richardson, you're in Liberia, you accommodate back in the diaspora. I'm kindly appealing to your office in the diaspora there to really look into my condition as a vision impaired person and really need your assistance. It is very serious.
Okay. Yeah. So what is your number? In case they need to get to you, please call your number quickly.
Thank you. 881
Yeah.
72
Yes.
32
Mm-hmm.
02. I repeat, 781 72 32 02.
Okay, we got it, sir. Thank you for calling. We're gonna take more calls. 077771075 055510175. Good evening. Good evening. 077771075 055510175. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, how are you?
Yeah,
Good evening. What is the name? Where are you calling from?
my name is John Constant. I call from Power.
John Constant.
Yeah,
What is on your
what is
mind?
on my mind is having to do with the public wealth aspect, and most especially the real condition they are rehabilitating right before the Power bridge.
Mm-hmm.
They have caused a lot of traffic since November, right before Power bridge. People have not even caused that. They just have seen all spots today when they come where they dig, they see place, they never again come and repeat the same place. Just creating traffic jam for us. There's no improvement in the work they're doing there. They're not extending the work. Just rotating to the same place. It's seriously embarrassing us.
Thank you.
Traffic can be easy. If
All right.
people walking.
Thank you
Seriously,
very much.
that is what is on my mind. Seriously embarrassing us.
All right,
So
sir.
probably when we need to speed up with that place. It's for nothing more. We are in general, so the 1/3 of people that the next relationship, it is too embarrassing. It's very ridiculous for us.
Thank you very much. We'll take more callers. 077771075 055510175. Let's talk to you. Good evening.
Good evening.
What is your name, sir?
I'm Jonathan calling from Ghana.
Okay. What's on
When
your
we
mind?
were coming up normal days, hello?
Go ahead, please.
When we were coming up normal days, there used to be a program on TV called Malawala Balawala. Before the program, people can be rushing to their their homes to make sure they catch up with the program. So it is likewise now for Spoon FM. Spoon FM. My station, your station, our station, Spoon FM, special people, original organization network, the members, Spoon FM. And for Spoon Talk, special people, original organization network, talk keenly to the voice of hope of Mr. Keto A. Waterspoon and his able, accurate, balanced, critical, and credible panelists. Simply because of that, most people are always glued to their radio and television set to make sure that they listen to Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk. Spoon. Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Amen.
0777710. You heard it?
I heard it. Amen to that.
101075. Yeah, what is it? See you are the voice of the hopeless. Good evening.
Good evening,
Yeah.
the caller who just dropped the line, I just want to say a big thank you to him. I really admire him whenever he calls on his phone talk. And I want to appeal to the panelist, Dr. Richardson, Stanton, Waterspoon, and the current CEO, Tiki, to actually record that voice and let it play every time the Spoon Talk is coming on. Thank you very much. I really enjoy him. Thank you.
All right. I asked him to go to the studio and record it and bring it, and we're going to air. It's important. It's like a promo. We call it short jingle, Doc.
Yes, I agree to that.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma.
Yes, your name, sir. Quickly to the point,
Yeah.
please.
I'm William Wesley calling from Pakistan.
William, what is on your mind?
Yeah, my attention is drawn to this rural rehabilitation in the rural community. Yeah, I don't know whether it is government or representative that is doing it, especially in our community, but they came around and I started community dweller to pay some money towards fuel.
Which community?
Mean that you should contribute so that they can be able to buy fuel and be able to work on your road. So that's
Which community, sir?
essential. Lofa community particularly.
Lofa in Lofa County?
No, right here after Bonanza, when you bring the cap before reaching the River factory.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you heard him talk. He said the people rehabilitating the road, going to community dwellers and asking them to pay something small so that they can buy fuel and do the road. So he's wondering if it is the government doing it. So Public Works Ministry needs to be reached. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you calling from?
What's on my mind is
what is your name?
Issue.
What is your name, sir?
Issues they got the camp boys. Yeah, fellas. I really want the government to contact another way. Not just for the camp boys, but Canada is telling as a whole is observing other countries like you don't sell gasoline after 7 hours after 16 gallons or any container. Okay. But in this case, like in the articles, they don't sell gas after 6. Individual, I don't care if car is telling you every car to put a gas at that hour, but maybe after 3 food you can carry a gallon. So it will be safer for the country because other people will use that means even if they sell it after 6 o'clock in that country. Hello, you getting me?
Clearly. You don't want camp boys to sell after 6 p.m., right?
Yeah, that it's a gas station. You not individual will carry a gallon to buy gas after 6 o'clock.
But in developed countries, we can buy gas anytime.
If you get gas in a day, if you don't carry different thing.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. 077771075 05551011075 are the numbers to be on the show. Good evening. Yeah, good evening. You're live on the show. What is your name?
Yeah, my name is Clarence. I call from Gibi District.
Clarence, what is on your mind?
Hello?
Quickly to the point, sir. You are live on the show. What is on your mind?
Yeah, my concern had to do with the Mangibi County health team, those that were indicted.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and hearing that government is losing the case. What become of the case? The people were being indicted since 2022. But then today, there were about 9 persons. Today, we're hearing that they are being free.
Okay.
And government lost the case. So you think the user will have interest in Mangibi County Health Team to support? That is my concern.
All right, sir. Thank you. 07777. Dr. Regis, I should take more calls?
Yeah, go ahead, take like 2 or 3 more.
Okay. 777-77-1075 or 055510107. Call and be live on the show. Make your own point, make your contribution. This is your show. This is your program. And this program is here for you, for the Liberian people. Good evening.
Yeah, I'm fine. Anyway, I'm
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You say
anyway, I'm Lasanan Talawale from Oroketon.
All right, Mr. Trawale, what's on your mind? What's your concern?
Yeah, what's on my mind? We really want to know if they get trusted for police when police officers do wrong to you.
Police officers, they wrong to you, eh?
Yeah. If they get another place to carry him.
Explain your story now if you want to share the story.
I carry a board to the depot, single village depot, yeah. And they pour him in jail. Almost time he have callers, vaccine in our yard, talk to him, he say, he catching catfish. Then later on, he joined my friend to fight. We carry the case to the depot with Mark Tengway. Mark Henry, I mean, catching and put in jail. They get him and free. Then I went there the next day. They tell me, say, I'm going to get and go look for him. When I find him, before I can call him, I argue. Then say, then I hear today, I'm going to take him anywhere I want to take him.
Is he a policeman?
he take the bond fee, then he and someone getting $10 for him to transfer all to town hall. After I left, they were making a free him. Then he said, "Oh, run down the ball. When I catch the ball, they are gonna me." That's why he made me vex. So that's why I asked him if there's a code for them.
The officer on duty was the one that asked you to go and look for the
Deputy
man.
Commander for some city.
Mark Tengbe. You said Mark Tengbe, right?
Henry.
Mark
The
Henry.
Tengbe that the boss man, he's huge. Their body. The Mark Henry is short, black.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. He's asking if there is a place to take police when they wrong. if they can take the police to police station. 077771075 05551010075. I think he wants to know that if police can be investigated by fellow policemen. And of course, the police is there to investigate everybody.
Lorena, how you doing?
Yeah.
Let's run into something real quick. Not to cut you. Don't go to the phone line yet. We got a story to bring up, so we're gonna make that very fast. I'm waiting for Damo to log in. Did you send a link to Damo? Okay. Let me send it to him. All right. So Damo has the link. Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Santa. How are you?
Good. You take your internet problem and you brought it here?
No, my internet is not being harmonized. What are you talking about?
You took your internet problem from Liberia and you brought it here to New Jersey.
No, I don't harmonize. Are you having a problem hearing me? Am I breaking up?
Okay. I just asked you a question. I ain't going to say nothing. But
no, Lorena, am I having trouble?
Lorena, she was breaking up, right?
Oh,
yes,
okay.
breaking up right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right now.
Well, I wasn't harmonized though, but that's okay. I will try to work it out.
Yeah, maybe you gotta pay your cell phone bill, your internet bill.
Can you please pay it for me?
Do it look like I got money?
Oh, okay.
You work into the biggest university in Pennsylvania. You do a lot of travel. They give you a little tin of oil to bring for me. You refuse.
Look at
you say, what Glenny testing in the chat room for? Glenny, you want to come on the show? Come on the show, man. Stop testing me.
I will forever hear the story.
Yeah, but can you please call Glenny and tell her to stop texting me? And your sister texted me today. What's her name? The ANC woman in Liberia. What's her name?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Quick.
Oh, Sis Victoria.
Victoria, quick, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell her to stop texting me? I'm not ANC. She shouldn't text me. I'm not ANC. Let's just be straight up. And I don't know, I'm not ANC. Tell Victoria Kokwe to stop texting me, please.
Okay. She listening to you.
No, she's not well. So she's not listening. She says she's not well. I know what's happening with her. I didn't talk to her for a whole week. She got mad. So, tell her to get used to it. That's me.
Sis Victoria listening to you.
All right. But she must stop testing me. I am not ANC or CPP. Then she tests you.
But everybody, so I don't know why people can text you for everybody. That's why we concerned.
Yeah, if she want to text me as an independent individual or Liberian, fine. But she shouldn't text me like a member of ANC. I read it seriously. And tell money Keshen and you Cindy, and they might not call or text me. I'm not ANC. But why they trying to make me an ANC? Why they trying to make me to be ANC member? Go online, see all of them. All the ANC people begging me, can't join ANC, can't join ANC. Then I look on the other side, sedition begging me, can't join CDC, can't join CDC. Then Mo Ali said, no, the man will be UP. I am for the Liberian people. I am for the Liberian people. One Liberia. They see when they say Nimba Kwado, I will say Liberia Kwado. All right? Liberia Kwado. I don't know how they make. I don't know what I want. Whether it will be something good.
Train crew.
I don't speak crew too well.
Oh,
Yeah, don't get it twisted. Well, I understand crew better, but I don't speak crew well. I
yes.
know few
I
line in
know.
crew, you know. All
Okay,
right, we
that's
will
a
be
good thing.
bringing, we listen, something is happening. I see Dr. Bobla in the back. We got a story to tell you today, a very unique story. Folks, please share the show. We're going to be starting, once those guys come on, we're going to be starting the show. We want you to hear them. We have a story to tell you today. Seriously, there's something happening. You remember the 1, 2, 3. I think there were 4 gentlemen. Dr. Bople, welcome to the show, Dr. Bople. Before I talk about this, I'm waiting for the guys to log in. Y'all know Dr. Bople, right? Dr. Bople worked at Cottington University. Right, Dr. Bople, Cottington, right?
Yes.
About Dr. Bople worked at Cottington University, but his internet always had problem. Isn't that a concern? Dr. Boble, well, I wonder what Dr. Boble position at Cottington. He's what?
I want to say vice president or dean or something. He's higher up.
Oh, he right up there.
Yeah, he higher up.
Yeah, but then why Dr. Boble internet always go off?
I don't know. I think this is my first time seeing it, or at least it's not frequently.
No, it's not. Dr. Boble internet always go off. You know, I'm gonna say where you at?
Dr. Boble,
can you hear me?
Dr. Boble live in Liberia. So go easy on that, bro. Yeah, we live in here.
Dr. Boble, you from you work at Cottington University, right?
Yeah, I run the graduate school, so I manage the graduate school, all the master's program and the doctoral program. So I serve as the vice.
The vice president. You're the vice president.
Vice president. So I'm in charge of that campus, the Monrovia campus.
Oh,
so all our graduate programs are at the Monrovia campus.
So when you're on the campus, you get good internet, right?
Well, for the most part, but it's still off and on. I mean, you know, we use the same telco thing, and quite frankly, it's off and on. But for the most part, yes.
Okay, that's good. But when you get home now, there's no internet. So, but anyway, we're talking about internet. I'm very concerned about Dr. Bople internet. When Dr. Bople want to leave the show, there he said internet going off. So we gotta check on that because we need Dr. Bople on the show.
What are you checking on? You full of stuff. So, my man, look, listen. Here I have Lone Star, I have Telco, and I'm exploring Starlink. So we'll see. I mean, connectivity is important, and that's why I wish, as a nation, we can solve those 3 problems: electricity, water, and connectivity. Those 3 things accelerate socioeconomic development. And I'll be honest with you, Standard, it baffles me how we can talk about seriously developing our country at the pace where we have the potential. But those 3 things I just named, important infrastructure for modern day development, we're not doing anything big in those areas. We got issues with connectivity, but solve the problem. Invest the money because you will make the money back. So while we can strengthen our stuff, you know, in Nairobi, I get on that problem. Our in Tanzania, I get on that. Our in South Africa, I get about. You come home, they network. You know, fix the network.
But when you come home, then LDC go. The new LDC management look like they are disappointing Liberians like crazy.
Every day now.
But we're talking about Dr. Boble. I have a breaking news for the people. I want you to listen. I want you to join us. I want you to share it. 4 individuals were arrested. The gateman for Fonati Kofa and other individuals were arrested. There were 4, okay, including Tom Eckridge. Tom is still in jail. But surprisingly, we woke up this afternoon, I received information that they secretly released 2 of them. And this is big. So they are appearing on Spoon right now. These are 2 out of the 4 individuals that were under arrest. Hello guys, how you doing today? It's good to see you guys. I hope you guys are better. Hello?
Yeah, hello. Good evening, Senator.
Yes, yes. The reason why we're doing this early because they are not well. They have to leave. The call on also we are here. We're gonna ask them some questions, listen to them. Then we will talk about what happened. Can you please introduce yourself, your name? Please, you don't have to tell us where you're joining us from.
My name is Andrew Lawson.
And your name, sir?
My name is Albert Williams, and I work with the Speaker Recorder.
Okay, Andrew and Albert. Okay, so let me ask you, Andrew, it's good to see you. I think we ran with your story when you got arrested. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? You work for Fonatico File, and when you were arrested and why you were arrested, please?
I started working with Fonatico File since 2011. I served, the first positions I served with Fonati was Yabo. From there, I was elevated to Deputy Resident Manager. 2018, subsequently, I was elevated to Resident Manager. So I served from the period of 2018 to 2022. Later, I put in for a leave to LPRC. So he sent me to LPRC as contractor in the security department. 2023, we went to election. We won the election. He requested my service back and appointed me as constituency officer. So I've been working every Tuesday and Thursday. I made my report to the office. Unfortunately, on Saturday, the 4th of January, so all pickups with 1G filled with well-armed men, anti-robbery groups. They got off on the car. They said, no one move. Stood. And they said, they point the finger at me. Here's the mean man. They cuffed the security guard. They cuffed me, along with Eric Susi. They took us to Central. When we got to Central, all of the officers at Central, they came over me. Oh, is this Andrew Lawson we've been looking for? I said, but why have you been looking for me? What is my crime? So, you know, when the hour reach, you know. I said, okay. They took our statement. 10:30 p.m. we were received by the director of NSA. And they transferred us to NSA after they took our statement at Central. They transferred us to NSA. When we got there that night, they served us with sleeping place. We went to bed, son. Daybreak Sunday, everyone all were cool together. Sunday back 12, okay, let's just say Monday morning, 12 midday. The room they gave me, they took me from there. They took me upstairs. When I was entering, they asked me to take off my clothes, strip me naked. They bang on my two hands with few water bottles around in their hands. They asked me, they said, prior to the protest, the first question was, were you part of the protest? I said, no. Prior to the protest, you held meeting with Safoko? I said, no. He said, well, we have video for you. Fonatikofa giving you money to bring that building. I say, I respond to them. If you play the video, I give you the instruction now to do what you think that will take away my life. If Fonati have ever given me money to bring down the Capitol building, the other guy came from the back with a mineral water bottle and beat it on my back. They say the men are talking true. You put a cover number one. If I your bang on feet, bang on my feet. They say Fonati pay you to burn the Capitol building. In fact, you're releasing small, and they release the cuff small. They say, okay, tell all the truth today. We have a package for you. We have too many people who are on our payroll at NSA here. You don't know this. Jaffa Normal, General Bornege, all many people. Tell all the truth. Fonati not gave you money to burn a capital. If Fonati gave you money to burn a capital building, all Fonati burn a capital building. There's no way you can hide it from all. We get all necessary proof to prove to all. But we won't hear from you. If you tell the truth, we will not expose your name. We want to make you to live better life. I said, what is it life? You think I can live? And I'm living right now. They say, how much are you making Fonati off it? I say, that is my privacy. But I will tell you because you asking me, I make $250 and I've been paid from the pocket of the speaker, not on your office payroll, because I am still a contractor in PRC. They say they may not talking true. In fact, you're putting on number one again. Say the guys are beating on me. I said, but why you want me to say? You want me to lie? He said, but you lying to us. Fonati pay you to burn the capital building. Why you stay insisting that enough Fonati burn the capital building? You know what we'll do? We will carry you to the snake area. From there, we'll carry you to what the guys are. They get fuck board there. Sorry for using the expression. They will fuck your board to them. We move from here, you told it.
Yeah, well, just make it sound better because we have people watching, please.
Okay.
No, I said
you're carrying me downstairs.
Yeah.
You're carrying downstairs, you're carrying to the place for people go I say, okay, sorry. I said no. Don't want me to allow Kofa. I can't afford to do that. I think you will kill me tonight. We left on it from 12. It was 6 in the morning before they took the call from my hand. They couldn't get anything from me. The next day, Monday in the evening, they called me again. That one, offering room, I was bleeding. They sent me to the hospital because they have a clinic to the place there. They took me to the clinic. They forced her to take treatment. I said I wanted to take treatment because I not trust them. You didn't beat on me. They asking me to, you didn't torture me. They asking me to take treatment. I didn't do that. My left at risk. I said, but why your brain allow us to have access to internet, to have access to our phones, to contact our people, even to bring lawyers to speak for us. They did the things to Susie. We were tortured severely. Plenty things they did to us. I was stripped naked. And because they only wanted me to say Fonati make us to burn the Capitol building, for which I have no idea on. Fonati have never called me one day say, go and do the wrong thing for me. The only thing, it was once upon a time when I posted about Jeremiah Kuhn. I was suspended on a duty for 1 month without pay because he said I criticized the vice president and he part of the government. That should not be the way I should do my politics. If you're in government, I can't be there to criticize the police. I said, okay, chief. Ask me to take the post down. And I did exactly what he asked me to do. But I don't know what really they want from us. Upon taking off from NSA, it was a strong warning they gave us that any attempt what we do here to hear us out there, every one of you will kill your one by one. I say, but why are they to us? Also, you know why are they to everyone? So you're telling, oh, you think you're threatening me? Okay. If you're here anywhere where you see me, that hey, but I will not have my feeling. You can force me to lie on someone else. You can force me to lie on someone else. There's a lot of prayer on Friday because they said it to all. We refused. I refused. They say our stomach man among all of us. So the thing I'm looking for, I will get it. In fact, they will go after my children because they asked me how many children I get. I call my children. They asked me for the location. I did the same. They asked me for my wife. I did the same because we're not married legally, but we love it. Without 2 children, we live together. So I did everything. They even asked for a contact. I did the same. So they say, if you didn't talk to the next thing we're going to do, we'll keep you here, we'll go for your children. I said, but my children have nothing to do with what we're doing. They are innocent to everything. You bring me here for me to lie on somebody. I refuse to lie. Is that why you're beating me tonight? Is that why you're continuing to beat on me? So on Monday, they brought her to Central again. Monday in the evening, they told her, bring your family to sign for you. Tuesday morning, we call our family. When our family got there, they said, no, you bring your lawyer. You bring lawyer to sign for you. Because when we need you tomorrow, we won't get a lawyer that will bring you over. We'll call a lawyer to get you. I said, but we'll contact our lawyer tomorrow. When our lawyer got there, the lawyer speak to them. After everything, immediately the lawyer left the scene. The same people call us. They said the thing here, we check all over, we can't find anything against you. You call your family to come sign for you. So it was on yesterday when we called our family. Our family came in, they signed for us. In the absence of the lawyer now, they were telling us for our family to sign for us. And before we leave the place, the officer that was in charge of the case, he even make a remark, as you guys living from here, if any attempt to hear you on the radio, even posting about the national police, you'll be rearrested. So since we came, I've been in door, in my left corner, I can even show out there to go out to say, oh, I have anything to say to anybody. The only thing I'm telling the international community, they come to our aid. Our life is not safe. My life is not safe. The place we are, I don't know what's going on with my family. I'm not around my family. I don't know how they feeling tonight. What happened today, I don't know. Since we got released from there, Abba proceeded to the hospital. This afternoon, we went for him. He came to the same location I was, and we all together. Our life is in danger.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you, guys, Albert, for coming on the show. I know you guys said that you can only speak briefly because it's kind of late. But thanks for reaching out to Spoon to allow us to have this interview. Albert, you want to say anything?
Yeah. I want to kind of, my name is Albert William Jr. and I'm with the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia, Chief Funanikoba. And I started working with him since 2019. They go on the 4th of January, I've been arrested about National Police. The carriers, they take our statement. The first thing they asked me what else I was in the protest. I said, yeah. And they asked me who paid and go protest. I said, I'm not just saying that protest because what's going on, and I'm fed up. Because we said about us country of law. But what's going on, I'm not fair, so I need justice. They said, no, relax. You want to go protest for Nadi? I said, yes. I went with him. So even I go protest for him, I'm arrested because I work for him. So they turn over to NSA. NSA tell that name, get there. Outside, they give you a sleeping arrest. Sleep Sunday, but 2, they take me out the forest, they carry me outside, they naked me, and the same thing and you said, tap my face, I'm not for nothing cover what else. He gave me money to buy capital building. I said no. Capital building, when capital building was burning, I was in jail. So when they put it, I've been arrested, they put it, 2014, 2024. On the 17th of December last year, I've been arrested. So I was in jail. I free from jail on the 19th, it's a Thursday. So I took I came to the court. So I will be in jail and going capital building. Start beating on me, all my journey. I think I came. I think go on me. I've been free from jail yesterday. So I maybe go home. So they took me to the hospital today. I came on there. I started vomiting blood, everything. So they pay a head. I even know what's going on with my family. So I'm not sick in like blood now. The pain that in my body is too much. So that's what's going on.
Thank you very much. We beg that you guys just take a few questions. Which one of you were sick? You, Albert? You the one who was sick?
Yeah, I've been sick. Then I came from jail yesterday. I've been sick because when they bring me in town, they say they ain't got nothing against her, but they gave me to Zone 8. From Zone 8, they gave me to...
We spent 288 hours.
They gave me to Logan Town Depot. Tuesday, I spent the whole day.
12 days.
Yes. So Wednesday, even before they go for me, before they start telling us that bring our family to sign for us. So we've been going through different things. Not small things we've been going through. Mosquito eating us, all kind of things have been happening to us.
So let me ask a question, then Dr. Richardson and Dr. Bobler will come in. Where were you guys? But you guys were with the Liberia National Police, or you guys were at the NSA?
We spent 8 days at NSA. We spent 4 days with the Liberia National Police. Equivalent to 8 days, which is 288 hours.
So who released you, the NSA or the Liberia National Police?
NSA, after investigation, they turned us over to the Liberia National Police.
And when was that?
When?
Yeah, when did NSA turn you over to the Liberia National Police?
It was on Monday, the 13th.
Okay. And when did the NSA folks took you in?
They took us at NSA this 4th of January.
Oh, okay. So let me allow the rest of the guys. I beg you, please. Are you still sick? Did you see the doctor, Albert? Did you see doctor? Did you go to the hospital?
Yeah, I went to the hospital. I took my medicine. I got my medicine with me because
we got our medication.
I took everything. So the doctor even told me that tomorrow morning I'm gonna go there for another treatment.
Well, what's happening with you? What did the doctor say happening with you?
No, the doctor thing you get it before tomorrow, but I'm going there in the morning for the another treatment.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, you want to ask some question here?
Yeah. First of all, Albert and I'm sorry for your pain and suffering. Anytime I hear symptoms of pain or suffering as you are stating, it doesn't make me feel happy. It makes me feel uneasy. So I like to say that I'm sorry for that. One of you said that you were in jail. I believe it was. Hold on,
yes,
check my notes to make sure. I think
both of them were in jail. That's
well, one of them said protesting. Which one of you? Can you just give us a timeline? You say you were in jail when the Capitol building burning occurred. So can you just clarify the timeline again? Because some people may have not gotten the timeline correct.
Yes, I was During the protest with the on the 17th of December last year, I've been arrested in the protest. I've been arrested in the protest, and they sent me to court. I sent 17. The court sent me to jail, Sudbury, and I was released from Sudbury on the 19th, which is Thursday, and they didn't get on fire on Wednesday. On the 18th, they didn't get on fire. I've been released from Sudbury on the 19th of December. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you are in jail when the burning occurred. You talked about vomiting blood. That's what you say. Is that the primary symptom that in which you were taken to the hospital for? I just want to know. You are vomiting blood. You said, right?
Yeah.
And do you, what kind of medication are they giving you for that? Do you care to? Do you know?
No.
Okay, no problem. But you are being medicated, right? For something.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Dr. Bopler, you want to add anything, Dr. Bopler? Then we'll bring in Clinton.
Yeah, I want to say to Albert and Andrew, for whatever it is that may have happened, that was illegal, wrong, torture. Um, I register my regret, and I pray that you guys will be well. I do want to ask some clarifying questions. Were you both arrested at the same time, and were you together from I think it says Zone something to Logan Town to NSA, or were they separate? You were you together the whole time, or were you separated? Is it different arrests to different places you were taking? I heard I think it's Albert. Oh, who's Albert? Albert, let me see Albert. Albert, just wave to us, please. Okay, that's Albert. So it was Andrew who said he was asked NSA and explained some of his situation. Were you both there at the same time?
Let me address the questions. We were arrested at the same time. Around
Okay.
3. We got to Central around 4.
Okay. So from Central, then they took you where to Logan Town?
Yeah, we both they took off from Central 10:30 day before yesterday, which were on Tuesday. We were to Logantown Depot, that where we slept. On Monday we were at Zone 8.
Wait. From Central to Zone 8, then to Logan Town?
No, from Central to Zone 8. From Central to Logantown Depot.
Okay.
Then on Wednesday we slept at Central.
Okay. And then from there, where? After Wednesday, then
Thursday we got released.
I beg your pardon? Say that again? Okay. So you mentioned Andrew, you mentioned that your lawyers came to the NSA, and then afterward, the next day.
At NSA, it was at Central Police Station.
Oh, Central.
Our people.
Yeah.
They don't
Okay.
call lawyer because anytime you need our lawyer stand by.
Okay. So Mario went to NSA. Your lawyers were not involved?
No.
NSA not even
they even allowed to make a telephone call.
I won't time to spend there. Our family don't know where we were at.
Okay. And your lawyers didn't know where you were at either?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they released you to your family, did they release you to your lawyer, release you to your family? Because I heard you say they released you to your family when they finally released you.
Yeah, they released her to our family, not the lawyer.
Okay. I just have one last question. You're here tonight sharing the story, and we appreciate that. The public needs to know what really happened. Did your lawyer advise you to come here and talk tonight? Did you tell your lawyers you're coming on Spoon to talk about it, and the lawyer says okay to come talk with all them?
We certainly do.
Okay, and the lawyer says okay. All right. All right. Thank you for sharing your story with us, and I pray that that all goes well. If anything that happened was wrong, if violated your rights, it's absolutely wrong. I would never condone that, and I hope the government won't either. Stanton, I would advise my humble suggestion is that we get somebody from the government or the NSA or law enforcement to speak to this matter also.
And again, thank you very much because we're reaching out, but they will not pull forth. They are not responding, but we try our best again. I mean, it's an open invite. If they choose not to come on Spoon, that's fine. But we just want to know because we have the recording from Tom and now Andrew and Albert speaking. Before I go to Governor Clinton, let me ask you. Let me ask you, Andrew. We'll get back to you, Dr. Richardson. Before I go to Governor Clinton, Andrew, you are saying they release to your family and not to your lawyer, correct?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So, do you think can you recognize anyone that you said, hey, did those bad things to you guys? Like, it will be deemed as torture. You think you guys can recognize any one of them, whether the NSA or the Liberia National Police? Do you have names? Do you recognize them? Do you remember them calling their names?
The very night of the torture, we have cloth on our faces, so I can recognize or identify any, either the police, the NSA.
Oh, so all through the process, the black you guys out by covering your faces?
Sure.
So where were you? How many individual you think were arrested, and where were you guys were? You guys were how many? Only two of you, or you guys were more?
They took Eric Suse, Albert Weir, Andrew Lawson, and Thomas Edring, along with one other guy who Thomas always buy gas from. But after they took the guy there, he make his statement. The next day they release him because Tom been buying gas from him. Edring been buying gas from him. But because he and Edring been interacting business, so they included him in the investigation that Edring bought gas from him to break down the Capitol building.
Why do you think they released only you two and not Tom or Eric?
The problem is just simple. Everybody have a way of, getting the pain, exalting the pain. For me, you tear me down for now to judgment day, you beat me for now to tomorrow. Why don't you know about? I will not speak today. What I know about is what I will talk on. They forced me for 6 hours to lie. And I refuse the demon that were in the head.
Do you have any mark, bruises on your skin?
I was beaten with water battle, so you can't find anything either.
Beside the water battle, did they hit you with any other stuff?
When they slapped, they put in my ear. When the guy slapped my ear, I heard somebody telling them, say, no. We tell you to put mark on the man because we slap the man, we see more about it. Use the battle, you beat him.
You said they attempted to take down your pants and go from your back. Did they, but they didn't do it, right?
I was naked. They didn't attempt, they did it, but they didn't take me to where they said they were carrying me.
Did it penetrate your butt? Did it penetrate your back? Is that what you're saying?
No, they didn't do so.
Okay, all right. Did it take you to the snake area?
No.
Okay.
Did you? That.
They just say it, right?
Sure.
Oh, okay. But all this time, you and Albert were together. Am I correct?
Yes, we are in the same cell.
Why are you not with your family right now?
Because I feel insecure.
Can we mute? Somebody's been something. You say what?
I feel insecure.
Okay, let me bring in the lawyer again. We have a human rights lawyers out there. If we have somebody from that Richardson will come to you. If we have an human rights lawyer out there, somebody that want to contribute, we will definitely want you to come on because these information are concerning, and Tom is still in custody. We are hearing that he should be appearing in court on Monday. But again, we listened to the Justice Minister today. We played a clip from the Justice Minister to do some comparison here and to further discuss this issue. Dr. Richardson, you go, then we'll bring in Anthony Clinton. Dr. Richardson?
So Andrew and Albert, just to clarify, were you two together at the time of your arrest, or were you arrested separately at different places and at different times?
We were sitting by each other because the speaker thing, we're sitting right before the speaker thing. You know, the speaker because every Saturday I go at the yard. I take care of a Pinville house. So every Saturday I go to the So I call Albert. He use the security on the detail because he normally announce people to see the chief. So I said, the man, Junior, because we can call him Junior. Junior go announce me on the chief. Why in the process, you know, we're sitting together. Say, oh, the chief just came out with someone. Why in the process we just saw the guys came in.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed that clarification. Thank you.
So, Clinton, you go ahead, ask the last question. Then we will excuse Albert and Andrew. But it's good that they're appearing tonight, and everyone have to listen to their story. Let's get you.
So I'm sorry I came late, so I missed some information. First thing I wanted to clarify: how long were you in the custody of the security forces, NSA, police?
12 days.
You were 12 days. Within that 12 days, were you at any point taken to a court?
No.
So you were here 12 days without being presented to any court.
No.
Is that correct? Okay. Within those 12 days, do you have access to a lawyer?
It was just on Tuesday. They asked us to bring a lawyer in.
So you're saying, okay, so a good portion. I think we trip a little. Did you get the question? So at least about seven of those days, you have access to no lawyer.
Sure.
All right. Those are the two questions.
Okay. Thank you, Clinton. Let's say, Andrew, I know you guys need your rest. I know you guys got to go about. And Albert, I want to appreciate you guys on the show today. Listen, whenever you need us again, like you did today to call the Spoon Network, please do. Wherever you want us to meet you guys, we'll be happy to come and meet you guys. It was always good. Thank God you guys are released. And again, we pray that your lawyer can
final question. Do you know if they've been charged?
Intervene. Say that again.
Do you know if have they been charged with any crimes?
But yeah, ask them. Then we gotta go.
Andrew and Albert, are you guys been formally charged by the police with any crime?
No.
No charges. All right, thank you.
Yeah, real quick. So earlier when Andrew was talking, he said they were at NSA for 8 days. I wrote it down. 8 days at NSA, January 4 to 13. When Clinton asked just now, he said 12 days. So which is it? 8 days or 12 days at the NSA?
8 days. The Liberia National Police 4 days.
Okay.
So
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you, Albert. Again, you guys can call Sport anytime. This is what the People's Network is about, and we appreciate your time on the show. Thanks a lot, and we wish you guys well, though. Sincerely wish you guys well. Thank you very much. All right, so Dr. Boblet, Dr. Richard St. Clinton, you the lawyer here. Here comes our brother Paul Kennedy. This is huge, Dr. Boblet. Tom spoke. We have his recording. Andrew coming up. Albert speaking, and we also got the press statement or press to release today from the Justice Minister. Something is happening, and we'll play that. But let's hear you, Dr. Boblet. What you make about what Andrew and Albert is saying in the midst of all these commotions?
So, my position on violation of people's human rights, civil rights is consistent. Same until I die. Don't ever do that. It's wrong, no matter who does it. I am a little concerned. These gentlemen said they were incarcerated or in prison or detained, and after so many days, they gave them access to a lawyer. But then later, they released them to their families. So typically, when you have access to your lawyer comes and give you the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then if they're releasing you, they release you to your lawyer. So I wonder, what did the lawyer say to them? And then just leave them in incarceration and then go. Then they call the family to come get them some days later. There's some pieces just seem to be missing, but I hope that everything will come full circle as we hear more.
Those concerns are so necessary, Dr. Bopla. It's only fair that at some point the national security system of the country will have to speak, because a lot of allegation of torture, sodomization, the fear, the intimidation. I will take you to sleep, take off your pants, we will do this to you, beating them with battle, and all these different things. But I am shocked, though, Dr. Bopla, while I'm still with you, that the justice minister will come and say nobody should speak about these things, as if to say he tried to intimidate the free press. And we're going to play his clip, by the way. But these are Liberians speaking. You took me for 12 days and you didn't charge me. Is that how Oswald 12 operate?
Did Oswald 12 really say that nobody should speak about it?
Hold on, Clinton. If it is true that you're going to just grab Liberian on the street and just manhandle them, and you said nobody, no one, then we have to go back to getting under the junta. Then we have to go back to other people there, because you know what? Then we should be living in fear, Dr. Bopla. I'm concerned, and I will play Oswald 12. They experience Oswald 12, that understand the American system and the law, that travel here every day for treatment. He go back, he listen to these people speaking, he listen to CNN, then he tell the Liberians that don't speak. What are we walking into, Dr. Bopla?
I will not speak to that part, Stanton, because I didn't hear what Justice Minister said.
I'm going to play. He said it today. We got a clip. I will play, and I really like your response. Yes, you have to speak to it, because we're going to play this.
I mean, if I hear it, I just don't want to get into
in the chat room. So let me leave it for a bit. Check in the chat room, listen to it while we get it uploaded to play. But it's in the chat room. Dr. Richard said, I'll come in. Welcome to the show, Honorable Grace. Good to have you. Welcome, Paul Kennedy. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. These brave men coming up and speaking what it went through.
Whenever I hear that another human being has been tortured, like I said earlier, is very unsettling to me. I did notice some preliminary symptoms of trauma. When you are traumatized, your memory lapse. You can't keep your story straight, okay? That's one of the things that we learn in doing a lot of trauma assessment for people who were, claiming that they were injured by a government. So they tend not to remember a story. I remember him, we had to go back asking him to tell me about him being in jail. I think he seemed to be pretty good in remembering timeline at that time. But there are times where the story would be disjointed. So those are just preliminary, and let me repeat myself, preliminary. I've not seen them, I don't know them, they're not in person with me to do assessment, but I just based on my experience of doing this work, that's what I'm seeing. I am very concerned, anytime someone human rights are violated, it puts our country in a very difficult position. It puts our country in a place of perhaps safety concerns. Okay, it puts our country and the justice system in a questionable spot. I don't know. We need to learn more. It just seemed too abrupt to say, okay, come here, let your lawyer take you, and then your family take you, and then today we heard the justice minister speak. So I'm wondering if the international community is involved in this. Are the international community saying anything to these guys, or also the Justice Department? I just wonder, because human rights violation is a very, very, very serious violation of anyone, and I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, sorry you couldn't come on time for the interview, and that of Honorable Kyrus Gray, but you listened to them, Paul. Man, talk to us. Well, I mean, what's your takeaway? We just spoke to Andrew Lawson and Albert Weir.
Yeah, good evening, Stanton, and good evening to the Liberian people. What I heard is quite troubling. If what Andrew and his colleagues are saying is truth, it is time that our justice system consider a reform. And it is time that our government actually probe into the matter to make sure that there were no foul play, or if there foul play, there should be next steps into corrective actions. And I said what I heard, right? Because it is still an allegation against, being torture. But whenever the word torture is mentioned, it requires a lot of attention. Now, I condemn the act of the fire and the burning of the Capitol building. Our country deserves better. It sends a bad signal, a bad image of our country internationally. But there is also the human sentiment, the human aspect that is involved. I heard Andrew say they were incarcerated for 12 days, 4 days at the National Police and 8 days with the NSA. Sad I was not on to ask. I wanted to find out whether from the point of arrest to the incarceration and detention, whether they allow him or give him the opportunity to reach out to a lawyer. Because some people, they ask you, all right, call the lawyer, and then you say, well, I don't have a lawyer. And then at that point, it becomes the government responsibility to actually provide you a lawyer. And Clinton here can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a legal practitioner, so I have no ideas. But for 12 days of detention, and the government has the rights under our justice system to call any person of interest in for interrogation or for some investigation to gather facts. Now, what I'm not sure of is whether the government also has the rights to keep those persons of interest for 12 days without access to lawyer, or for a long period of time in detention without allowing them to go home. So since Clinton is here and all the legal minds are here, Councilor Gray is here, Honorable Gray is here, from his experience in the legislature, I would just really love to hear whether, the action of the Justice Ministry or the security apparatus at this point in time really are on course. Because if they are not on course, then there are indications of violation of human rights based on the allegations of torture. So I just want to throw that in there for us to figure out.
No, thank you very much. Let's bring in the former representative of District Number 8, the Honorable Akaros Moses Gray. After that, we will play Oswald Twed, the Justice Minister, press statement. Honorable Gray, welcome to the show.
Yeah, again, thank you very much. Let me say thank you to the rest of the folks out tonight on this program tonight. I think you've done a splendid great job to be here. It's not easy to sit here almost every night and providing information. I want to say thank you to every one of you, despite our agreements and disagreements, but I think it's a good thing. But basically, I just wanted to provide our view of the capital before coming to the boys, the guys that were arrested. Few concerns. Today, I just sat down as a lawmaker for 12 years working in the Capitol building, and I was there for 2 extra years as administrative assistant resource officer, like almost 3 years, in fact. The first thing first is that where got burned was not the rotunda. That's the John Chimos of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The rotunda is divided by a floor between the rotunda and the John Chimos. So the rotunda is the ground floor there where you enter in automatically. It didn't get burned. It was the John Assembly that got burned, the John Chimos. Now, we have a Department of Maintenance on the Senate wing and on the House wing. Separate departments of maintenance. The sole responsibility of the maintenance department to take care of that building, and they keep the keys for the building. The John Assembly is always locked. The 2 chambers are always locked. I'm talking about on the old wings where I got burned. Now, the chairman on rules order administration, whether in the Liberian Senate or in the House of Representatives, they take care of the entire administrative function of that building. So they know exactly who keeps the key. The next thing here is this. The majority of lawmakers are holding session in the Joint Assembly consistently, and they are on record to lock the doors. Whenever they are leaving and whenever they come back, they open the doors to the Joint Assembly. The police is yet to invite the maintenance department or the head of maintenance from the House of Representatives or the Senate, because they should be people of interest. They in possession of the keys of the Joint Assembly. 2 doors, one from the Senate wing and one from the House wing, the Joint Assembly. Nobody can just enter the Joint Assembly and say you bust the door open. That's not the case. Also, the chairman of the majority black on rules order administration. I'm not saying they burn the place, don't get me wrong. I'm saying they are people of interest because the chairman on rules order administration of the majority block would order that they should take the chair away according to them, according to the explanation. Okay, should be a suspect, not only because they took the chairs away, but because he responded for the administration function of that particular building, and they keep the keys, they take full responsibility, and the maintenance officer report. Another thing, before you come to work in the morning, on the 2, I mean, at the Joint Assembly there, we have 2 cafeterias attached to the Joint
Okay, I
Assembly.
want us to address this issue because we got to talk about the bigger picture of that building. But what is ahead right now? We just spoke to Andrew Lawson and Albert. What say you about their explanation?
Basically, Stanton, I agree with you, because these are people of interest that you spoke to. My concern here is that what about those people who should be people of interest? There are 2 cafeterias there. They come early in the morning by 6 o'clock to open the cafeteria and prepare food. The maintenance people keep the key to that place. There are security people who are assigned there and paid by the Capitol building to our budget. On the Senate and on the House wing, they provide security. They are yet to be called as people of interest. The place I'm coming, even the police that slept there, the PSU, they go on assignment. Okay, they are there 24 hours. Like just recently I see that when I'm passing, I don't see them, but they bend their too up. My concern here is that the 2 guys that spoke to you, if they were arrested, interrogated for 12 days, which I believe, and I will not take my word back, they were tortured at all. I'm very convinced about that because I've spoken to some of them behind the scene, and the police should not make a mistake that they are not going to change on their words. They're going to stand by their words, even if they go to court. So my concern here is that if those guys can be arrested, like Tom said that he went to work early morning to the Speaker office. The Speaker office is at the new wing It's not even closer to the John Assembly where Tom went. Those who have access to the John Assembly, who open the doors, for example, and maintain that place, they are still roaming scot-free, but Tom. And
okay, so let me go back to let me go back because again we uploading. I really want to play the Justice Minister clip. Welcome every one of you to the Spoon Talk. We just spoke to Albert Weir and Andrew Lawson. They were arrested with two other gentlemen taken to the Liberia National Police, removed from the Liberia National Police, taken to the NSA, wherever unknown location, where they are explaining what they went through for 12 days. 12 days in total, almost 2 weeks. And you heard the story, and more to come to that story. It is concerning, as Liberian, that whether this is the normal practice in our system, as per our constitution, then somebody got to let us know.
Let me
how
inform
we
you
walk.
on the Constitution quick.
No, we'll come there. I beg you, we're not many, so we enjoy our time. But how we walk in the country, what we say in the country, we been, don't say it, be quiet, leave it with the government. Is that a form of government we have right now? So I want to talk to you. We're going to play Tom recording also. This story is just connecting.
It's correlated, yeah.
But we heard from Oswald Twed. That the public listen to it. We heard from Oswald Twed. What is he saying? We heard from the fire chief. We heard from my brother Gregory Coleman. Today we heard from Oswald Twed. What really is he saying? Yeah, Dr. Bobby, you go ahead. Since you have listened to the
No, I haven't listened to it yet because I'm trying to stay with the show. I'll go and check it later. I haven't listened to it, and hopefully you can play it. But here's what I want to say.
We're just uploading it, taking time. I'll
But
play it.
that's what I want to say, Stanton. When these kinds of stories come up, they move the heart, right, and the emotion. But we got to slow down and put our head into it too. We can't just rush to judgment. I said before, I will always say, anybody whose rights are violated, civil human rights, is wrong, and it should not be happening in our country. That said, we would do well to get more of the other side of the story. For example, they call lawyers. It would be nice to know who those lawyers were, and if they can come, even call himself and give us some insight about their engagement, when they engage, and what kind of advice they give to their client.
Do
These
you
things
think
will help.
the government should be more transparent and speak on these
I
issues?
totally agree. I totally agree.
And why we can reach out, why the government can reach out and clarify, because Tom spoke, they have not said anything. What was said today by the Justice Minister was a bunch of garbage, and we're going to play it. He cannot intimidate the press. He cannot turn around and tell us the story that we don't want to hear. These guys are free to talk. Now these guys are saying everything they went through, their experience, and you're going to sit down there and say, oh yeah, nobody will talk about it. Everybody will be quiet because we're investigating. But what about the international partners that took place, the Americans, the Europeans, and all those donors, partners that telling the Justice Minister he got to either put up or shut up.
Look, I said earlier tonight that the government should say something to its proper apparatus. And I think as far as the international community, they're not going to say what they want to say when they want to say with little more facts.
Because they're giving you money, so they got a right to tell you.
With a little more facts. So I think the story is I'm glad you brought them on. And again, we have a responsibility to protect the rights of all of our citizens. Just because you're accused of something doesn't mean you're guilty of anything. That said, we shouldn't rush the judgment. I personally would like to hear more from the government or from the lawyers so we get a fuller sense of the story. I think it's in everybody's interest. It's in justice interest, and it's in the interest of the gentleman themselves. So I know people are rushing like, oh, you ought to just condemn based on what you're saying.
And that's why I'd like to have you on the show, right? Before we go to Dr. Richardson, Dr. Boblek, We played a clip about Tom. You almost said the same thing. But none of the government folks ever say anything till today. So,
but at least I'm consistent in calling him out. I'm consistent in calling him out.
You are. But again, it's discouraging that these people that went through the torture, these people that went through the pain, these people that will live through this thing, right? They are talking, Paul Kennedy. So if they are talking, who's stopping you? That person, oh, the CIA don't talk, that lie. The FBI don't talk, that lie. These people are saying human revelation. These people are saying sodomization. These people are saying torture, this allegation. Then you see the Joseph folks standing behind us and clapping their hands and say, yeah, we're making progress. What progress are you making? It is unto us and our right. Let me play that to Boble, because this one you will not skip for it. You will not say I didn't listen to it because I pay attention. So let's take this time and play it, because we really want to hear from you on this one, Dr. Boble.
This concerted pattern of misinformation that seeks to incite fear or arrest among the citizenry. We emphasize that the safety and security of the Liberian people remain our paramount concern. The investigation has shown that the fire incident was an arson attack, which is a felony on our criminal law. The Ministry of Justice hereby strongly states that it will not shield or fail to arrest any individual who the investigation reveals play a role in the commission of the crime of arson in that incident. If any person is implicated, be it a lawmaker or not, that person will face the full weight of the law, like any ordinary person. We assure the public that anyone accused and arrested will be given his or her day in court in keeping with the due process of law. It is important to clarify, as delineated in Article 42 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, that while lawmakers enjoy certain protections from arrest, these protections do not offer immunity in the face of allegations such as felonies. Should any lawmaker be implicated in the commission of the crime of arson, due process will prevail and appropriate legal actions will be taken. While at my Senate confirmation, I will ask a question by Senator Dillon whether I have the ability, the guts to arrest a lawmaker. I told him not to test my resolve. This is a case that will show whether we have. Therefore, we would like to call on the public to immediately refrain from misrepresentation of the facts of the matter as it relates to the fire at the Capitol building. We should refrain, cease, and desist from making callous and frivolous statements and comments and inciting violence through misrepresentation and misleading propaganda. The Ministry of Justice is committed to follow the legal process established in our laws. In the event that charges are warranted against anyone, lawmakers included, all will be afforded the rights to a fair trial as guaranteed by the Constitution. We also wish to reiterate our commitment to transparency. We therefore urge all citizens and the public to exercise restraint, abide by the rule of law, and collaborate with the government in bringing the perpetrators of this terrible act, bringing our national infrastructure to justice. The Ministry of Justice will keep the public informed as we advance in our investigation, reaffirm our dedication to upholding justice and accountability in this democratic society. In closing, I urge all of you to seize this movement.
So there you have it, right? We can play this all night, and we want to listen to our fellow Liberians out there. That's what Richard said. You have listened to this before. You just listened to the AG of the country. You just listened to Oswald Tware, and you think this is a fun fair. And you get men and women clapping behind, hey, because he said, don't test my result. Hey, this is not a joke. When the human life's on the line, and he said, don't talk about it. Susan says, but I mean, why would not talk about it? These are stories that we have to run with. I mean, you listen to him, and I'm going to let that to Bob come last, because you start thinking, about what you heard. And did you listen to him, Dr. Richardson? What say you?
So I agree with part of what the minister said, especially when he said anyone who is found guilty of burning the Capitol building, they should face the weight of the law. And that's exactly where I stand. Whosoever is found guilty should face the weight of the law. However, I would say that I'm very disappointed in the minister because of his outspokenness now. Okay. I would have expected him to speak when the court went to when the case went to the Supreme Court, and he interpreted what the Supreme Court said. I wish he would have came out to the public to tell us how did he arrive at his conclusion, which basically stated that the Supreme Court sided with the anti-rule of law group. I wanted to hear more from him. I think he should have been more robust at that time because that was the time when Liberia needed its leader like yesterday. Likewise, he did say people should, and I wrote down what he said, people should, he's calling on the public should refrain to desist from making callous statements and inciting violence. That's what he said. I don't know, maybe he should have given us some examples of what he meant by the public should not incite violence. Did he mean by we shouldn't talk about the case? Or did he mean by the guys who were calling the government, who are calling that the government violated the human rights? Should he talk? I mean, I don't know if a justice minister should be blatantly asking people to be quiet. To some extent, that is bordering freedom of speech. You know, that is bordering denying others of freedom of speech, which is an inherent right in our Constitution. I think that those guys, despite whether what side of the table you find yourself on, to take someone for a number of days without charging them is illegal. It's unlawful. Okay. One. Number two, they said that they were beaten with water bottles. You can hear when you've been smacked with a water bottle, the sound. You don't need to, even though your eyes are closed, you don't need to see it. So you can hear it, you can feel it. Number three, they were threatened. They were stripped naked. I don't know where in the world that it's okay to strip someone naked for interrogation. In this modern time, maybe in ancient time it was acceptable, but that is not acceptable. Okay, to interrogate someone by stripping them naked. Number three, they were threatened that if they did not confess, that Fanatic Kofa send them to burn the Capitol building. That's what the guy kept on saying. They wanted me to lie, he said, on Fanatic Kofa, that they were going to be taken to a place where they will be sexually violated and also face snakes. So isn't that traumatizing enough for me? I mean, just hearing them, I'm vicariously traumatized. Yes, I would like to say I'm emotional about the story, but I'm vicariously traumatized just by hearing it. Just if you're hearing snakes, I'm traumatized. So I would say that.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Bopla, you want to add?
Yeah, I just love Dr. Richardson play on words. She is vicariously traumatized. That's a new one, Doc. Thank you.
There's definitely a new one, vicarious traumatization.
Yeah, vicariously traumatized. But listen, I'm sorry, though, but if this is the video that you've been referring to, CEO, I'm not sure I come away with the same thing you came away with. I heard the justice minister say that they will follow the evidence no matter where it leads, lawmaker or non-lawmaker. The case has been declared an arson. They will investigate the fullest. They said that there will be due process for everybody involved. But what I heard him also say, I know this is where Stanton get this from, that we should refrain from callous statement. Callous means carefree. I don't care. I'll say what I want to say. He is inciting of violence. I don't know. Maybe I'm there missing something. What is wrong with that? I didn't hear this justice minister say, hush, don't talk. You can't tell us not to talk. That's a fundamental constitutional right to speech. We talk. But I heard him say, don't be callous, don't incite violence, because this is a very tense environment we find ourselves in. I mean, even if you read the comments online, people disagree with you, talk to you all kind of way, they call you all kind of thing. Because they want you to just agree with them. For me, I didn't see or hear anything in his statement that suggests hush, that Liberians can speak on the matter. He said, please do not be callous, mean be responsible in your speech, and please do not incite violence because of what happened. Listen, if these people were ill-treated, the justice will be served for them. They already got lawyers, so they need to be protected, and at the proper time, they will get what's due them because they are entitled to the rights. But to suggest based on that clip that this justice minister has said, do not speak, I'm sorry, but I didn't get that at all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. Thank you a lot. Clinton, let's hear you.
Yeah, so look, this is my position. I think also Tuwe should resign. Right. And I think media
They harmonize Clinton too?
Our voices loud enough.
Clinton, did they harmonize your internet too?
Yeah, they're harmonizing LTA reaching all over across oceans. And I think we should make our voices loud enough to say that Oswald Tuwe should resign. And here's why. You have a situation in the country right now where a few people have come up publicly and they've accused members of the security of torture. Also, Tuwe had a press conference today and did not address torture. You did not hear Oswald Tuwe talk about internal investigation. You did not hear Oswald Tuwe alluding to anything about a torture today. What you did hear Oswald Tuwe talk was about the Article 42. Look, this is exactly the narrative that has been going on forever. What you're trying to do is to link a few lawmakers. That is why Oswald Tuwe purposely today talk about Article 42 and immunity and said that the immunity granted lawmakers does not extend to whatever action is happening. So I think he should resign because look, you also have allegations on the show of Dr. Bubla. You heard this young man today talk about being here 12 days without access to lawyers, without being charged. They were being interrogated in the absence of lawyers. So let's say, let's put the torture aside. Let's say we don't agree they were tortured or we don't have enough information they were tortured. But does the law provide that any security agency in Liberia, for whatever reason, can hold people for 12 days? And yet you have the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia had a press conference with all the allegations. He did not announce that he's taking this seriously, that he's launching an internal investigation. You just can't believe and say, well, I believe the police people if they say they didn't torture. You just can't do that. That's not what you do. You investigate. Even if it's an internal investigation, you say something to the public. You just don't go ahead and just ignore everything and just spin this government narrative that has been spinning all along and try to lay this thing like these gentlemen are saying that this is all along what they tried to do to them in the entire torture exercise was to link them to a lawmaker, to a speaker, right? So when the justice minister go and talk about Article 42 and legislative immunity, it tells you what exactly they are going with this. It's only a matter of time before they start charging lawmakers, including the speaker. That's why this press conference specifically, he referenced Article 42 and immunity for lawmakers. I think he should resign.
Please, I just want to ask Damodar a question. So you're a lawyer. I don't know if you heard them, but they said they had access to a lawyer. I don't know exactly when, but they had access to a lawyer. Does it concern you?
Yes.
Wait, I want to ask a question. Does it concern you that they had access to a lawyer and then the lawyer leave them there, whatever counsel were giving or not giving, and then they were released later to their relative? Timeline and legal guidance. You're saying they didn't have access to a lawyer, but they told us they had access to a lawyer. Even though they were not clear on when the lawyer came, was it at the beginning, was it in the middle, was it at the end? Does that concern you? Lawyer was involved. So we shouldn't say they didn't have a lawyer. A lawyer was involved, but what kind of advice?
You ask a question that Dr. Bobla, let me answer you.
Doctor, you answered. You asked the question, huh? So
Yeah,
now that he asked the question, I would like to reference Article 21C of our Constitution. This is what the law provides: that if you accuse a person or suspect a person of committing a crime, immediately upon arrest, you have to inform the person of the details of those charges. Of every stage, not 12 days later, not 8 days later, not 5 days later, of every stage of the investigation, interrogation, they have to have access to a lawyer. You heard this gentleman say it was not until Tuesday when they got access to lawyers. That more than 5
Is that what the Constitution says, Council? That's what the Constitution says. Oh, that every step of the way, every day, you got access to a lawyer.
Can you put Article 421?
Dr. Bobla, please wait, please, sir. Again, when you ask a question, allow the lawyer to answer you. If you want to make a statement, then that's fine. So let's give Clinton a chance to finish up. Then you can ask, because the others have to speak, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Bobla, here are the facts as we know them. We haven't heard from the government, and the government doesn't want to speak. So we're not going to say the government should, we should listen to the government or wait for the government, because obviously the government doesn't want to speak. The Minister of Justice today addressed a press conference, and he didn't address any of these allegations. I'm not going to keep waiting for the government. If these gentlemen were my clients and they walk into my office, I am going to believe the allegations they are making until the police provide contrary information. So yeah, in 48 hours, according to the Constitution, when you arrest people, you have to turn them over to a court. It is not for the police to make a determination. And Dr. Francine said something yesterday about police higher up talking about holding people because of the poorness of our borders and stuff like that. But the Constitution specifically says there should be no preventive detention. You can't hold people because you fear if you release them, they are going to escape. The Constitution says, no, you can't do that. No preventive detention. So in 48 hours, if you arrest someone, you have to present them to a judge or magistrate who makes that determination, whether they will be here with or without bail. In this case, we know for a fact that none of these gentlemen were a caller, any of those. We know. They say, yeah, we got a lawyer, but just on Tuesday, that was like 5-6 days after they were arrested. These are the facts. And our whole center will put 21 seats. Yes, the laws does provide that if anyone is in your custody, you are supposed to provide them a lawyer. And if you're going to interrogate them on day 1, day 2, day 3, 6 hours, 7 hours, as long as you're interrogating them, they have to have lawyers present. That is the law.
And I wanted to add that this is not.
Dr. Richardson, 1 minute, please. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute, please. Dr. Richardson, please, we're begging you. Dr. Bopler, are you okay with his answer, or you want to say something else?
Partially. Look, if you arrest somebody, you're supposed to charge them within 40 hours. True. But if you and plus they're entitled to a lawyer. Okay, they're entitled to a lawyer. So you read them their rights, and they're entitled to a lawyer. It's I can't afford a lawyer. Depending on the nature of the case, the government can say we'll sign your lawyer. If you arrest somebody for a traffic violation, the government probably won't assign a lawyer. But here's the thing: I think the part that government said that's a little off the rail is that at every stage of the event, look, if you arrest somebody, get a lawyer, my lawyer come to the prison, they counsel me. The next ask me a question, I can either say bring my lawyer, or I can answer the question, did you eat today? I can say yes or no. The lawyer doesn't have to be sitting there for me to answer the question. I don't think that's realistic. And plus, we don't know. You see, that's the thing. I really would like to know from the gentleman, when the lawyer came, then what happened? You're talking, and the lawyer said, yo, be all right, y'all stay here. You see, we need to hear that part. Then we'll know the extent to which the rights may have been violated or not. And I'm just saying, we don't seem to have enough information. That's all I'm saying.
So, Clinton, is it true that Dr. Bobler said you can skip them and say, listen, it's up to you if your lawyer won't come or not? Is there a room, Clinton? You're muted. Is there a room over there to tell you that? I'm confused with what Dr. Booker is saying.
Please, is it possible to
You gotta
put
send it to
21C?
me. You gotta send it to me, Clinton.
Let me send 21C to you so you can put it up.
Okay, while you do that, Dr. Richardson, real quick, then we gotta go to Paul Kennedy, Honorable Gray, and Conor Gray. What will bring in Sister Glendy?
I wanted to add that at the end of my conversation, I said that it would have been important and essential for the Minister of Justice, okay, Mr. Twe, to clarify what callous statement means, or even to clarify what inciting violence means, because our country has a history of, incite or saying that people incited violence. We have a history of violating human rights. So he needs to be able to educate the public by giving us some examples, because half of the people in our country may not have known what the word callous means, making callous statements. So that's why what I wanted to add.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me come to you, Paul Kennedy. What's your takeaway from Oswald Twe, the AG? And I will have my own 2 cents here, man. Whew. But I mean, let's hear you. Let's hear you, Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. Dr. Richardson, you got PhD. A callous statement, if it is spelled CALLUS, just means to a statement without passion, without an insensitive statement. So, a carefree statement. Regardless of something.
Just to correct you, I have a side D, not a PhD. Then secondly,
callous statements are protected under the law. Like, I don't understand.
It's okay now. Paul Kennedy, just finish
I
up.
was just trying to fool around, Dr. Richardson, please.
No, I wasn't talking about this, Dr. Richardson. I wasn't talking about this, Dr. Richardson. Keep in mind, we're on radio now. I was talking about the Liberian public that have a very low educational literacy rate.
Richardson, thank you. We press against time. Let's make some progress. Paul Kennedy.
But like I said,
Dr. Richardson, let's go to Paul Kennedy now, please.
I will stick to my position on this matter.
Yeah. Thank you.
Since we do not have all the information available to us, I firstly condemn the act of the burning down of the Capitol building. What I heard tonight was a presumptive indicating statement that somebody from the House of Representatives will be arrested. In the 5-minute speech, the minister called lawmakers 7 times. Stanton, when you go back to the tape, you hear it. The minister's statement was directly pointed to lawmakers. In fact, he went on by saying, during his confirmation, one of the Senator Dillon asked whether he could arrest lawmakers. He said, in this case, you will see me test that. Yeah, he has just let the cat out of the bag that he's going to arrest a lawmaker. It is his own word, and that's what I inferred. That's what I understood when he was speaking to us. That is the catchphrases I was able to get. But this very minister started there when Luther Collins, a lawmaker, went to them and turned over a bribery case and said our colleague lawmakers were bribing us into the house. He never arrested any of them for bribery. Bribery under our constitution is a crime. The minister never arrested anyone based on the allegation from Luther Collins. So he's okay with bribery under our constitution, although it is a crime. The minister did not arrest any of the lawmakers who gave Luther Collins that $14,800. That is where I, as a minister of justice, will have started arresting lawmakers, because the lawmakers were bribing Luther Collins. They were bribing each other. And Luther ran to them and even gave them a fruit of the crime and evidence that somebody is bribing. I didn't hear any more of that bribery case up to today. That's stealing, that's bribery on our law. You can't influence somebody to make the decision based on that. But what I thought the minister spoke to was that he's going to follow the letter to make sure people who are perpetrators of this act are, in accordance with our law, getting arrested and being detained or being prosecuted. Now, I had expected that the minister would talk a little about the allegation of torture. With this public podium with him today, with everybody listening to him, he could have extended some sentiment to say, listen, honor our law. Nobody's supposed to torture anyone. We will investigate internally to see whether these allegations that are spelled out on torture even exist. And if they do, those who are involved will, of course, meet the full weight of the law. And if they do not, the people who are falsely accusing our justice system will also be further for prosecution. I thought I expected the minister to say that. He missed on that. And whenever you do not have information, you don't give people information, they're going to speculate. So the minister has just left us now with speculation on this platform tonight. What is government going to do? What is government position on the torture allegation? Are they taking this seriously? Or are they just playing a deaf ear and they're going to suppress the torture that was committed to these guys, allegedly committed, until going forward? So this is my position. I think government should come out with another statement. Particularly, focus on the allegation of torture and have a next steps on what to do to validate whether there was a torture or whether there was not one. That's my position for tonight. I think the minister needs to come back to clarify, not to us on phone, but to the Liberian people who have some questions and concern. And in his next press statement, let him give the press, time to ask questions. I think this was just a more, direct pointed statement instead of really having an open discussion with the people so that they know what's going on. Thank you, Stanton.
All right, thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Let me bring in Conan Gray. Conan Gray, man, there's a lot to discuss from us for 3 minutes or something. I'm sorry, not Conan Gray. I'm so sorry, Honorable Gray. I gave you guys mixed up. Let me move you guys apart. Yeah, let me put Blenny between you. Go ahead, Honorable Gray.
Yeah, basically, I'm going to say certain things tonight. One, the minister is very clear. He's not sugarcoating his voice. That he's going to arrest certain group of lawmakers. He provided a provision of the Liberian Constitution that calls for arrest of lawmakers, that certain crimes committed, they don't have immunities. 2, honor the Constitution, certain crimes or allegations of certain crimes against lawmakers don't have certain immunities. 2, we know that the State of the Nation address is coming on, but not this Monday, the following Monday. That's the 4th working Monday. We have 4 briefings because we also have people in the security apparatus. Now, 5 lawmakers, many from the CDC, will be arrested. Amongst the 5, Fonati Kofa, Speaker Kofa is topping the list. Dixon Sibo, Abu Banan Kamara, Safoko, and Melvin Cole. We listen to the Justice Minister's statement, which I consider very reckless. They may want to plunge the country into chaos. What I say today, I take full responsibility for what I say. If the minister ever think that he will prevent people from speaking, by 2018 will decriminalize the whole issue about anti-free speech, will decriminalize it. By 2018, 2019, it was signed into law. It was something we made there. Even President said he fought on it, it didn't pass. We passed on that. So be it the media, be it non-media people, when you hear the Justice Minister talking about making insightful statements, we know the targets. We will not sit and fold our hands as a party. Put me on record. The mighty CDC that I've served as National Secretary General for will never sit and fold our hand in the scope of the law under our constitutions and all other laws of the Republic of Liberia to see our lawmakers being intimidated, to see them being falsely accused, and see them being arrested, and see them being harassed, especially from the lower number. Will not pamper the Justice Minister. Let him put this on record. The next thing I want to strike here is that I went to jail December 23rd, 2011. I was stripped butt naked in the police cell. This is not a strange thing that these guys are narrating. Not only that, the United Party-led administration on 2 separate occasions have been accused of keeping snakes by NSA. The first term of the Unity Party-led administration, there was an accusation when former NSA director of Libyan snakes being brought into the country. That's accusation one. There's a second accusation now ongoing, correlated, by the two guys we interviewed and Tom. They made mention of the issue of snakes being kept. This is the second time on the Unity Party-led administration. Paul Kennedy struck a very significant point, and that's the point. Yeke Koluba reported to the Ministry of Justice that there were $5,000 coupon being given to the executive mansion to bribe lawmakers. He went to J. Marks, he went live. The manager admitted that they provided the coupon. The Ministry of Justice never acted. The second accusation is what Kennedy spoke about. Collins went and complained even to the LACC. No lawmaker have been called, no investigation, bribery, they are immune. I mean, they have no immunity when it comes to the issue of bribery. Paul Kennedy plays a right footing. The laws of Liberia provide for 48 hours in the custody of police. Anything more than that is a violation of the laws of the Republic of Liberia. No debate about that. The NSA nor the police did not say they had these people in what protective custody. Maybe because people want to harm them or people want to kill them. Then under that doctrine, you could have they call them suspects. They call them persons of interest. They kept them for 12 days. They kept them for almost 8 days now running. They never charged them. Let me tell you what happened, the drama that happened at the court. The lawyer for Tom went to the court, criminal court B, the lawyer for Tom. The criminal court B judge invited the magistrate court judge, the city court, Memorial City Court judge, and asking that the guys were under his jurisdiction because that court is bigger than the city court, the criminal court B. The guys were, Tom were under his jurisdiction. Why did he issue a writ? He said he did not issue a writ. And you saw that day.
Thank you, Honorable Greg.
The city court, I just want to conclude on this. You don't have to cut me off or stand on.
No, I'm giving. If I said thank you, it means that you got to conclude because we talking under 2 minutes, Honorable Greg.
Okay, yeah, but you get the other more meaning. But I just want to state, I don't care how people feel about that, whether on the platform or outside of the platform. We will resist. Let me repeat. We are prepared and we will mobilize in that direction as a political party of the masses' voice. We will resist.
Thank you.
Any arbitrary arrest, any intimidation.
Honorable Greg, we'll get back to you. Let me go ahead and bring in Glendy and I will bring in Colonel Remy.
And I want to conclude on this.
Guys, let's respect the 2 minutes. We can only talk for 2 minutes to give others the chance to speak. It will go all around. We appreciate you, Honorable Akaris Moses Gray. Let me bring in O'Connor Gray left. So let me bring in Glendy. Sis Glendy, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Hearing about the callous statement, callous can be interpreted subjectively. Something can be callous to you and may not be callous to me. I mean, the minister can determine what is callous or he may not be callous to me. I mean, it can be, some people may think what they're doing is insensitive, is threatening. I may think what they're doing is just being themselves. So we can be carried away by words that are being used they are subjective in nature. So we hear the minister. Minister Tua is someone that I know and respect. But I would also say, I think people always say, oh, you were emotional. I want to use that today on the minister. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. I don't have what Dr. Richardson have. But in my little knowledge, I think he appeared to be very biased today. And I think, and I'm disappointed in Minister Tua. I'm gonna say how I feel. I'm a bit disappointed in his demeanor today. He looked very upset. He was very biased in his responses or in the things that he said. And it also was, he almost like pleaded the case in front of Liberian people like he know the fact already. He's a lawyer. Come on, counselor. can take it from you. You already feeling bleeding. It's like Paul was saying, and I agree with Paul. When you are constantly naming lawmakers several times, you already have concluded what you're not supposed to do as a lawyer. You're the state lawyer, you're coming in front of us, and you already say, I know the suspects. Because if you're constantly calling a lawmaker, it's like you're already pointing in the direction of the lawmakers. So anybody else that's outside of the lawmakers, you're not focusing on them. You already know who the suspects are. You already know who you're going to arrest, and you already know what you're going to do. And I was a bit disappointed for him to almost come and say, this is what we're going to do. And if you read between the lines, that's exactly what he was saying. The people that will arrest will be lawmakers. They already know who burned the Capitol, and he was already saying, and he concluded. I was thinking, like I said, let me just pull on my sensible cap today and act like I got some sense, like I really went to school. Because it's like when you compare what he said to what Gregory Coleman said, he already concluded that this was arson. When we listen to Gregory Coleman, there is no scientific evidence that it was arson. Gregory Coleman based on calling that fire arson based on the type of smoke. That was what Gregory Coleman said. Based on the color of the smoke, he can assume. And here we have a well-learned lawyer coming to us publicly to also agree with Coleman that was arson. And they're not looking outside of the box. They're only looking at lawmakers. Let me say, what happened to the Capitol has to be condemned. Must be condemned. Whoever the perpetrators are, they must be caught and prosecuted. But the lawyers and the justice minister cannot close his eyes to outside forces.
Thank you.
That will show his biasness. That will show that he's already adjudicated the case in the public. That will show that the people, and I hope they have, because this is the thing.
Thank you.
To arrest all those lawmakers, whoever you think, I hope you have proof, scientific proof, that they caused that. But I was a little bit disappointed in his statement because I think he's already has assumed that they're guilty, which is unfair.
Thank you, Glennie.
Listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, it's good to have everyone joining us. Please share the show. Right now, we're going to just stay put and just tell you right now, if you can. Every one of us here, please, let's go on our Facebook and just share. Gibson, you can share. Put that on your Facebook, please. And we speak to our fans also. Indeed, you say your own, I say my own. You know that's the show. We always say this thing. No hard feelings, and thank you for respecting each and every one of us, while you also say yours in the back by tapping and posting. Please go on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, share the show. Let's make progress. Let's invite everyone. I love, and I say, I'm so happy to bring in all Honorable Hassan Fadika and Gibson Jeru. Let me go to Conor at Remy Gray. Conor Gray, before I bring you in, since Gibson and Fadika came in, also allow me to play Oswald 12. You came in late. We had Andrew Lawson and that of Albert Weah. They were released not to the lawyer, released secretly, I believe. They said, listen, you can go open the gate wide, so you'll go ahead. Now in custody is Eric and Tom. Both of them stay in custody. So Andrew called today. Albert called today. He was sick. He said, I'm throwing up blood. I'm going from hospital to hospital. Nobody can take me. I got to go to a private doctor. I beg you, I would like to speak to Spoon. So we make Spoon available. He came as early as he can because, they have to leave early. If you follow the show, we listen to them. They talk about torture. They talk about, taking them to the snake house, script them naked. They talk about sodomization, they beat them with bottle, and everybody, the international wire following the show. These are the third group of different individuals, right? Well, we have Tom saying the same thing on the recording. Now, Albert is saying it. Now, Andrew is saying it. Something in it that the nation have to look into. Then after all of that, I don't know whether it was a coincidence. Here come the AG. Here comes the justice minister. speaking. Let's play his clip, and then Conor Gray will speak, Gibson will speak, and then Fadiga will come in. So let's go back to the Justice Minister Oswald Twed.
This concerted pattern of misinformation that seeks to incite fear or arrest among the citizenry. We emphasize that the safety and security of the Liberian people remain our paramount concern. The investigation has shown that the fire incident was an arson attack, which is a felony on our criminal law. The Ministry of Justice hereby strongly states that it will not shield or fail to arrest any individual who the investigation reveals play a role in the commission of the crime of arson in that incident. If any person is implicated, be it a lawmaker or not, that person will face the full weight of the law, like any ordinary person. We assure the public that anyone accused and arrested will be given his or her day in court in keeping with the due process of law. It is important to clarify, as delineated in Article 42 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, that while lawmakers enjoy certain protections from arrest, these protections do not offer immunity in the face of allegations such as felonies. Should any lawmaker be implicated in the commission of the crime of arson, due process will prevail and appropriate legal action will be taken. While at my Senate confirmation, I will ask a question by Senator Dillon whether I have the ability, the guts to arrest a lawmaker. I told him not to test my resolve. This is the case that will show whether we have. Therefore, we would like to call on the public to immediately refrain from misrepresentation of the facts of the matter as it relates to the fire at the Capitol building. We should refrain, cease, and desist from making callous and frivolous statements and comments and inciting violence through misrepresentation and misleading propaganda. The Ministry of Justice is committed to following the legal process established in our laws. In the event that charges are warranted against anyone, lawmakers included, all will be afforded the right to a fair trial as guaranteed by the Constitution. We also wish to reiterate our commitment to transparency. We therefore urge all citizens and the public to exercise restraint, abide by the rule of law, and collaborate with the government in bringing the perpetrators of this terrible act, bringing our national infrastructure to justice. The Ministry of Justice will keep the public informed as we advance in our investigation, reaffirm our dedication to upholding justice and accountability in this democratic society. In closing, I urge all of you to seize this movement.
Thank you very much, folks. Again, thank you for joining us. Conor, the retired, at Remy Gray.
Stanton, good day, everyone. I think I sort of appreciate Glendy's statement that you cannot create a loop side on an investigation, even when you're doing research, being academic or solving crime. If you lay the wrong premise, definitely the outcome will be wrong as well. And to sit and begin to focus or position the investigation toward only lawmakers, it's like a woman committing a crime. You keep saying the perpetrator is the male. You automatically you've lost sight of who the actual culprit is. But I say this, my observation is more to the individuals that were arrested. It seems as though they were not arrested for the crime of arson or the burning of the building, the Capitol building. In my opinion, they said they were arrested when they demonstrated. And it sounded like there's a charge already for inciting public for inciting the public. Because I heard one of the guys saying they were sent to court within that realm. And I think he said the first 2 days they saw a judge. I could be wrong completely. And then they spent 8 days within the confines of the NSA. And then the rest of the 4 days, making 12 total days under detention were spent. The first set was spent at NSA, and then the second was spent at in police custody between Central and various precincts. What I'm saying is the issue about torture. Clearly, from what they explained, in as much as some of us don't have access to the data, the fact that you mentioned snake is just enough to send anybody's brain swelling. So, yeah, that PTSD is there. Right away, you create that momentum that somebody feels that they're going to be eaten or swallowed or bitten by a snake. And that's another one mentally of torturing somebody. I would hope that this administration will not be in the business of using those kinds of interrogative techniques. It's considered rendition. When you go to investigative school, security school, those are the things that they will tell you, and they will position the law, a crime against humanity, on the use of those kinds of tactics. And clearly, whether or not the guys were saying the truth, but it seems as though they were held because they protested, not because they burned building, because their arrest preceded the burning of the building. So clearly something happened first. They arrested them. While they were in custody, the building got burned. That's what I heard. I could be wrong. So why would you hold somebody further for the burning of a building when their crime is because they protested? Are you frowning against protestation? It's under our constitution, civil disobedience is allowed, even though if you push the pocket further by inciting violence or by throwing stone, burning down the building, that's a separate situation. But again, my observation is that the government is not approaching this the right way, especially when they stop pointing finger at certain individuals simply because, and it will be coincidental. It seems as though the Minister of Justice clearly laid the precinct that this investigation is tilting towards certain lawmaker and they're going to get arrested and prosecuted. That's why the emphasis showed, my brother Stanton.
Thank you very much, Connor. Great. It's always good having you. I'm going to bring in Gibson. Gibson, you're on Spoon Talk, but you run media. You have been running print media, and also now you're on social media and other outlets. It's good to have you, Gibson. You listen to us for 12. You listen to Albert and Andrew. Well, I mean, we get a recording on Tom, who actually is still in prison. The international community information we're receiving from Washington, D.C. to the embassy and European partners, they're putting pressure on the justice minister. Man, you either put up or shut up, because you are not giving people anything, and there's crowd on the street, there's laws. Oswald Twe is on the hot seat. What say you, Mr. Jerry? What say you?
What says me? First of all, I was hoping if there is a clip from Oswald Twe telling us how they released these guys, why they were arrested, how long they kept them, why they did not respond to the habeas corpus, and who they released them to, whether they are charged, whether they are going to be rearrested. We needed to hear that from Oswald Twe. The reason we needed to hear that from Oswald Twe is because it is cloudy around everything that is happening to them. And now I'm beginning to be concerned if multiple people are now accusing the government security agents of torture and sodomy. It becomes concerning, because they're not just one person anymore who probably won, thing that multiple people are claiming that they are being tortured. Also, it's on the responsibility to tell the Liberian people that the prisoners, the individual they arrested, the people of interest, they were not suspects. They were just people of interest that they were arrested. They detained the person of interest. The person of interest are even accusing them of torturing them. Some are talking about attempted sodomy or sodomizing them. This is something that Oswald Twe needs to speak to. It tarnishes the image of the security apparatuses, including the NSA, the police, and the Justice Minister being the head of the police and other security agency. and he is speaking on this issue, he should not only be concerned about lawmakers to be arrested and whoever and trying to beat his chest of his resolve to arrest and detain or prosecute lawmakers. It is not sufficient. People want to know. You arrested 4 people, 5 people. You detained them. There was a writ of habeas corpus. Why it was not obeyed? You are the justice minister. Your name was mentioned in the habeas corpus. Your name was mentioned. The court said, you justice minister, bring those people to me. And you did not bring them to the court. Why you didn't bring them? Did you care to tell the people? These people were detained for X number of days. Why were they detained for X number of days? Justice minister, you're supposed to protect the Constitution, execute it to the best of your ability. Also help you God. You have 48 hours to charge an individual. Within 48 hours to charge an individual and send it to court. You did not do that. Was there a constraint? Did they run away from you? Were they sick and they went to the hospital? You couldn't do what you're supposed to do? Tell us what happened. He didn't say any of those. And this is an arrogance of also to her. This is an arrogance of also of the justice minister. He feels that the rest of Liberia don't need to know. He don't care. He doesn't have to tell them. But yes, we need to know. Now, Glenda raised a very good prospect of bias here. So why is it that your press statement should continue to emphasize lawmakers? If you have lawmakers, go and arrest them. Stop posturing. He's posturing. If you have lawmakers, you have charges against them, you have reasons to believe that they were participants of the arson, go and arrest them. Don't tell us what are you going to, you have a great resolve to go arrest them, you will prove yourself to the lawmaker that you are able to arrest them. You don't care about all of that. Just go arrest them and charge them. Why you want to make it an issue of another early warning he giving them, or what is that? And so that's what makes it an element of bias, because he already tilted the whole thing towards the lawmakers. He tried to prepare the Liberian people, especially the unsuspecting minds, that he is going to be arresting lawmakers very soon. And then when he does, if anybody raises issue and say, boy, I told you the other day I was going to arrest lawmakers, that's we have started. No, also to her, we are not interested in the posturing. If you want, go arrest them, charge them, send them to court, and win your case against them. And how did you even know that, Austin? Who is the expert that told you that? Certainly not the director of police, not the inspector general of police. Because the inspector general of police is describing Austin as a result of a black smoke. And I know black smoke can be caused by wood as well. Black smoke can be caused by anything. So I think the justice minister is feeding into a lot of suspicion, and he is enabling the international community. He is enabling all the rights advocates to believe that the government of Liberia is indulged into, I will use the ultra-virus action, they are indulged into activities and behavior and actions that continue to put the citizens at risk. And he's talking about people who are going to speak about the case, they will be arrested. Are you kidding me? This is a public case. Criminal cases are public cases. They can be analyzed from the media. We can't go into the detail of what's going to be happening. We can analyze what the testimony that have been.
But if you give us the paper right now, we're going to it. Who said we can't go into
detail?
We have to give our own opinion. There's nothing can stop us. But thank you very much, Gibson Jeru. Let me bring in Ambassador Honorable Hussein Eugene Fadiga. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. I'm a bit confused whether we all listen to the same tape, because some of you guys are way off track. I don't know whether we all listen to the same justice minister, or you guys just want to play politics with this serious national issue. The likes of Akara's Gray is exactly what the minister was talking about. People that want to incite violence, to do everything so that this government cannot fail. For them, that is the way to.
Justice Minister can arrest me.
Oh, okay. Honorable Gray, we're going to keep focus. I beg you, please. Let Gay they got a chance
Why
to
just
talk.
level an
But
accusation?
the man mentioned Akash Gray.
But indeed, he called Akash Gray name, but Akash Gray no to wait when the man finishes speaking, and then he can speak. So that's
Okay,
the
I
best
have to
way we have
respond
the
to
show.
him because I'm waiting for
So,
a just minute.
Honorable Gray, again, please, may it please your honor to please be patient, sir, while he speaks.
Okay, please.
Thank
I
you.
beg you.
Honorable Gray.
The Justice Minister was very clear that nobody is above the law in this country. If you commit a crime, be it lawmaker or whomsoever, you will be prosecuted. Look, what transpired at the legislature remind me of the story of King Solomon and the woman with the two women that were fighting war.
You don't know the Bible good anyway, but
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
No, Senator, I know the Bible more than you. One of them wanted the baby split. And of course, that lady that wanted the baby split was clearly not the mother. In this case, the Kofa faction wanted that place burned. They has the mean, they had the desire, and they attempted it on several occasions. It's an open secret. Who had the motive? Who had the means? Who wanted that place shut down? Was it those people that were already enjoying it, that have already dethroned him? No. Why would they want to destroy somewhere that they had already taken over and were using and supposed to be using? And the minister was very clear that if it is a lawmaker, you will be prosecuted. We all know the hands that were behind it, the people with the motive, the people most likely that wanted that building burned. Let us not forget, a serious crime was committed. That building was constructed in the 50s, I think 57 or something. And that it's a national monument. It has never been burned out through all the war. We take a bunch of people that were already giving free money to come and burn it for what? Because it's your personal property. A serious crime was committed. And people trying to politicize this thing. Look, the NSC has every right to interrogate anyone. And the thing you talk about, I want to disagree with Sis Glennie and those folks that say how they arrive at us. Look, this is an active investigation. You do not expect the police to come out and tell you how they did this, did that. These are reputable institutions. An investigation was conducted. They will not come and tell you how, when, what, or who did. They told you that an investigation was conducted. The same as the police IG, the same as Minister Tua. He said that based on the finding of the investigation, this is an asset. They were very definite. They did not stutter. They were very definite that this is an arson. Now, who committed this heinous crime? That's what we are looking for. So there will be persons of interest that there are persons of interest that were arrested, investigated, and let go. Nobody murdering anybody. Nobody carrying people up Broad Street to murder them and say, "Oh, you need CCTV camera." These people were released. And look, let me tell you something. And this is to the Justice Ministry. I'm begging you. The allegation.
Stop playing politics.
Allegation of torture, sodomy, and attempt. I don't know what the heck is attempted sodomy. You are either sodomized or not. Attempted sodomy, all the things. Those are serious allegations. And most of the allegation that these guys are raising, it goes beyond what we were talking about psychological torture. These are torture that's supposed to show physical sign. And I pray that this government that I support over women and still support will do something to investigate. Take those people to the hospital, investigate to see if they were actually tortured. If they turn out that they were not tortured, they should be charged with the appropriate charge of giving false information, lying on whatever obstruction or just whatever crime that is. Because these are very serious allegations. The fact is, we do not have people die in prison. These people were released. Are we telling that the police shouldn't investigate? for us to insinuate or suggest that, oh, they're going after lawmakers. Lawmakers are not above the law. These are the people. Few men getting almost the former American ambassador said that in 2023, those guys alone ate $65 million. $65 million. That's how much the guys worth.
Thank you.
And in return, they burned down the place because of their action, because few individuals wanted to be irresponsible, and then we should sit here. No.
Thank you very much. And this is what we do. When you talk your own, you talk your own. Thank you very much, Fadiga. It's good to have you. You talk your own. I talk my own. Again, this is the Spoon Talk. We will always welcome each and every one of you. Let me say this from my point on this issue. So let me speak to it too. Please, 2 minutes only. Honorable Gray, let me say my own, then you will come in.
I have to respond. That's a
Honorable Gray, everybody spoke. When we go to the next round, we gave you the first chance.
No, but not
to
next
respond.
round. You let me respond.
You will respond to Fadika after I speak, please.
Okay.
It will only be fair. Let me have my 2 minutes too. Listen, folks, welcome to the show. It's an embarrassment for the Justice Minister. It's a complete embarrassment. I believe that any good government will fire the Justice Minister. It's concerning. This man represents the whole national security of the country. You take somebody's children, 4 of them, for 12 days. You kept them. You said, Jack, they are complaining and coming up and say you did this to us. What's your human rights? What's your decency? Anyone on the show, did you hear from the Justice Minister condemning and saying that what you guys are saying are false? Is the Justice Minister informed? You come in a boast and say, I told the law, don't test my resolve. Who cares about your resolve? I mean, this is an embarrassment for our country. The international community is on his back. Stop the bluff. Stop jumping around and acting like you're tough. If you want to arrest them, arrest them. I'm watching a movie, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And the ugly was in the tub taking a shower. The man burst the door open. And he had a gun there and said, oh, I got you now, I got you now. And so the ugly thing just did his thing and said, if you want to shoot, shoot. Stop talking. And let me say this to you. If the Justice Minister have anything, go ahead and do what you have to do. You wasted the people's time getting on camera to boast that you got a strength, you got a mojo, you in Zico. I mean, this man is the same man that wrote an opinion saying it was okay for the Senate to concord with the majority black. It was okay for the government to work along with the majority black. We are in a situation today that the Chief Justice cannot even bring up the bill of information. This old man will leave and come to America and set up for retirement. I mean, we got to say the fact, man, folks. We have to speak to it. This is total embarrassment. You come with the experience, but his experience was corporate experience. Making people challenging him. Did you listen to him? 7, 8 times. Lawmakers, go get them. We got the evidence. When the international community pressing and asking, what's your evidence? What do you have? What do you have? But what's the human side to you, Oswald Twain? Mothers and fathers, they are crying for the children. What's the human side to you? Why did you release them now? Why? Why you release them? On what ground you release them? Because you should be answering the question. On what ground you release them? You release Albert and you release Andrew? This is political. This is political. We squeeze you, we tackle you, and you must give in. Also, Twa is not a politician, he's trying to be. He's trying to be a politician. This is political. The forces are working. It's an embarrassment for our country, my people. It's a complete embarrassment for our country. We have to open our eyes. This is my fear, guys, and I will close with this one. Yes, my greatest fear, Clinton, my greatest fear is that in the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, when some of us say we are older than Samuel Jackson, and Samuel Jackson no more, guess what will happen? Our children will go down in history, and this thing will continue in Liberia. This will continue. If another government comes, they will say we break all the rules of law, we break the system because we only want our will or the highway.
So Stanton, how do you want the government to proceed so that you'll be certified?
So it's not about me. Again, we'll go through the system. When we come to you, ask me all your questions, Brother Fadiga. I will be glad to answer it.
Fadiga, why you can't address?
The issue here remains, people, children crying on the street. They are complaining that they stripped them naked, that they will sodomize them. They are crying that they're coughing up blood. International community watching, they're hearing. They say, what are we hearing? Us for 12, what's going on here? The people say, us for 12, is it true? Us for 12, you are the AG, what's going on? Us for 12 say, I don't know what's going on. But are you not asking Prince C. Johnson, the NSA boss? Are you not asking my brother, Gregory Coleman? Are you not calling for national security meeting? But what a human rights lawyer, my own dear brother, Samuel Kofi Woods, what is he saying? Everybody just hush. You can say nothing because the lawmakers, the majority black, they want it, you got to give it to them. The lawmakers, some folks seem that they are in control today. They care less. They want it and they want it now. May God save our state. I hope we're not walking into a junta situation. I hope we are not there yet. I hope the men and women, the good men and women of Liberia should stand up and condemn this act of the terroristic act. Burning of the Capitol building was wrong. Burning of the Capitol building, we put it on all the lawmakers, the senators, the representatives, all of them. They are equally guilty because of their action, because of the greed, because of their own way. We want money, we want it and we want it now. It costs us to be where we are today. Us what need to be responsible. Ask the people who you had on assignment. Ask them who are the security guy at the Capitol building that morning. Ask them how many people enter. Ask them, did you do a walkthrough? Let Granny, she go to the hospital where she must do a walkthrough before she take over. The nurse will never give you a key if you don't do a walkthrough, because anything happened thereafter, that woman going, it's on you. You cannot say, oh, I didn't see it. It's on you. Those police officers that were at the Capitol building, did they ask them questions? Just stop the joke, man. And you're talking about people being partisan. Also, I don't know politics. So he let the cat out of the bag. He's looking to arrest lawmakers. He is looking to arrest lawmakers. May God save our state. And we will be able to speak against it. I'm going to bring in Dr. Richardson, Dr. Boplet. Before we do that, Honorable Gray, we'll give you only 30 seconds on this one for you to reply to my brother Fadiga, please.
Yeah, okay. Basically, I just wanted to tell Fadiga that we've had no intention to politicize anything. It's the Minister of Justice, the police director, and government spokesperson who are politicizing this. When a serious justice minister stand up and speak to the country, they take him serious on the basis of the optics. Look behind him today. You have battlecraft people cheering him. Where in the history of this country, where is this country going? You say politicized? The politicians were standing right behind, giving him the support, cheering and clapping for him. And then you say we politicians should not take advantage of his lapses? Is that what you say? Then I'm going to clap. Nobody afraid of arrest here. Let me tell you, we've been to
Go
jail
over 30
before,
seconds.
and we live here. So we'll not escape this country. We've been here.
Thank you.
You're going over 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. So let's do the rounds right quick. Dr. Richard said you're going to comment, Dr. Boplan.
Send them.
And then we'll go around. Yes,
We're
ma'am.
checking time for everybody because Fadika spoke for 7 minutes.
And again, if you can do
Wait,
that,
see,
I
one
would
point
appreciate
away. Let me tell you, the time you spoke for 7
if
minutes.
if you can do that, I would appreciate. So let's do
No,
the time.
not 2 minutes. Let's do
We
it
got,
across
we
the
got
board.
one more conversation to go.
That's your solidarity.
I'm
Today,
just saying,
is,
you spoke for 7 minutes. Don't complain about it. 30 seconds.
today is Friday. We want to say to all of you, it's good to have you, Dr. Richardson. Your time start now, ma'am. The Glenn going to watch your time. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I wanted to just say this. Paul Kinley is a friend of mine. He's an ally to women's rights. He supports us many times on this show. But I think that when he was saying that Dr. Richardson has a PhD, and I just want to clarify that because I think a lot of people might not understand what you're saying. You know, they were just saying that I did not know what the definition of colors means, and that's far from what you were saying. I want to side with Honorable Gray that in order not to politicize this issue, you have to call all sides in. And the sizes of the story is there were people at the Capitol building. I think you call it Capitol Police, Capitol Security. There were people who came in to cook in the cafeteria. There were also
maintenance. They got in there, yeah, they got the keys.
Maintenance. So we have not heard, whether these people were calling for investigation. They may have been, but I think that we need to consider all of that in order for this not to be a political issue. My next comment and my final inciting violence, we know that these terms have been used for certain people in the country. And again, I think Honorable Gray, you said that. I believe, like Lenny said, it's very subjective. What is callous to you may not be callous to me. What is insensitive to you may not be insensitive to me. What is careless to you or ruthless or reckless may not be to me. Okay, what is inciting violence to you may not be to me. And that's what when we say that term is subjective. I have called on the Minister of Justice to give an example. Okay, to give an example, especially given the fact that we have that isn't educated, to the highest standard to sometimes understand these terms. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, I don't know if the internet that you took from Liberia is really interrupting what you are saying. Yeah, you like you skipping. Did you finish? Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Boplan.
Thank you, CEO. So I heard my good friend Gibson say people were sodomized, and then CEO, you repeated the same thing. On the video we saw, you asked specifically the gentleman if they were sodomized. They said no. So I just wonder, is there another video or another piece of evidence that says that? Because these gentlemen answer in the negative, and they said no, they were not sodomized. Pants was down, but were not sodomized. But here's what I wanted to say. The Justice Minister comment interesting from our interpretation standpoint. So I'm not going to say much about that. People heard what they heard. What I heard him say, and I wrote down a piece of his comment. He said that they are going to investigate anybody, lawmaker. So if you're a lawmaker, investigate. You're not a lawmaker, investigate if they find need to. Of course, you stress lawmaker because lawmakers are lawmakers and they have a degree of immunity. And we heard a lawmaker on video in the Capitol say, I'm a lawmaker. When you confront them, I'm a lawmaker. So it would make sense that the Justice Minister would stress that. In other words, You don't tamper with lawmaker easily. The point he was just, it seemed to me, trying to make it that look, the law is the law, the evidence is the evidence. You're Yakwa Mapu, you're Armor, wherever the evidence lead, that way will go. What I would hope he and the government would do will get in front of this, okay, and respond to the concerns. The gentleman made some accusations here. Respond to it. The public have a right to know. You don't have to tell us all the intricacies of the investigation, but tell us people their rights were not violated. We give them a lawyer on day one. Address the issues as source the concerns of people, and don't leave room for speculation. Because when you don't have official information, people will fill that gap with speculation and all their own perception. So one of the things that concern me about the president and this government is I think intention is good, but they always they come from behind. Get in front of things sometime, and be proactive and give people information. And then we're informed, then we conduct ourselves better. But when we don't know, and a whole lot of things are open and left to speculate, now people fill in the gap. The danger with that is people perception is oftentimes the reality. So give people information. Even a daily, there's a big case. Every day, about 5 minute council, we're investigating. Tell us something, update, that kind of thing. I think it will be helpful this whole process. At the end of the day, we want to know if this was arson, who were responsible, and I personally would like to see the fullest force of the law applied to this.
Thank you very much. I want to respond to you. I will wait for my time because you said something that was incorrect, but I'll wait for my time. Let me bring in Glennie.
No, but you can correct it right away. You are the moderator. You can correct it right away.
No. I'm a law about it. I'm a law about it. I abide by the rule.
Hey, man, we have 4 minutes over the time. 4 minutes.
I told you already, he know.
So let me bring in Glennie and Gibson, please. Can you keep Glennie time, Gibson?
Please keep my time. I got much to say. I already said what I said, and I just make some re-emphasize what I said earlier. I think the minister today was very emotional. I think he presented whatever case or whatever position he had, like he already knows who the perpetrators are. And to Dr. Bropla's point, he could have also said police people. He could have said a cook. He could have said a housekeeper. Why did he have to say lawmaker? He didn't have to say lawmakers. It's not the only people in the building. So let's be realistic here. I think the Justice Ministry today was a bit over the top and over the reach. And I think as a Justice Minister, that should not have been. All of what he said today for me was not correct, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the Justice Minister bluffed. That was a bluff.
Maybe you still have 1 minute 30 seconds.
I'm good.
I mean, you still trying, my man. I hope your wife is on the way to back here, please. Leave Glennie alone. Paul Kennedy, let's bring you in.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Look, there are a lot of speculation around the case, and what is scaring me is that even government officials are beginning now to prejudice the case. For someone to sit here and say the minority bloc had all intent and all reason to burn down the hall, I think that's just completely wrong. Another person could say the majority bloc burned the place to imply, to wrongfully accuse the minority bloc, right? And that statement should not be coming from government officials. It really shouldn't. I don't work for government. I can say anything that would not prejudice this case. But when government officials in authority taking our taxpayer money come and try to prejudice a case, I think it is wrong. And, we need to stop that. Another thing is, I don't take lightly the case of torture. I lost a brother who brought me up, who I live with. May his soul rest in peace. He was arrested November 17, 1985 by NSA, and they killed him. He never came back. All out of this mob, wrongful accusation. Liberia has suffered too long out of a wrongful accused and people dying just because of that. So I'm hoping that this time nobody is wrongfully accused into this matter, that the security apparatus do the right investigation and turn over those people who are, the right perpetrators of this act based on evidence to court. Liberia needs to graduate, empowered by this. They say, I say, you say, who say, and putting gut feeling and emotion before science. And somebody say, oh, yeah, we don't have the sophistication the West have. Then shut the country down. If you don't have the sophistication as a Western country, and what the lawmaker is taking 10 million, 13 million when they should be when they have allocated 3 million to take, but you don't think they can use that 10 million to do well, then shut the country down. Let the whole country, let's give it to the UN to run it as a trusteeship. But you can't be violating people's rights and say because the country don't have the sophistication, so we're not going to judge them like the European country. Thank you, Glenn. I saw your hands up.
Glennie, you do a fabulous job, and please do not.
And I'm law about it, so when I see Glennie hand up, I just keep quiet.
Glennie, do not be biased.
I'm very law about it. Dr. Francine, you're right. Dr. Francine, you're right. I respect women.
You say you law about it, now let's go ahead, Mr. Law about it.
Dr. Francine case.
Yeah,
I didn't
we
mean
know
anything
that.
wrong against you.
We know that. We know you respect women. We have your history. So Glennie, please don't be biased. Don't get your cotton on brother or your cotton on brother 4 minutes and get other people 2 minutes, please. Great, please go ahead.
Yeah, basically, if this government wanted to be, for this case to be very credible, the first thing here is that who are the fire experts? I remember in the case of the executive mansion in 2006, where it was God of fire, they flew in fire experts from South Africa. Because the same allegation that the executive mansion was blind when Dematic Coney has visited Maurice Duclé at the executive mansion. Maurice Duclé lost his job because of that. In fact, he got suspended immediately. The fire expert, on the contrary, proved that it was a result of electrical fault. Had the Capitol building had a history of electrical fault? Yes, 2 separate times before the current burning of the Capitol building. There have been evidence of electrical fault, the library, and prior to the quote-unquote mass burning. Another thing here is that who keeps the key to the John Chimos? It's not a rotunda that got burned, the John Chimos. We have maintenance people responsible for that. We have 2 cafeterias attached to the John Chimos that many of them come to work as early as 6 o'clock. Probably they could help the police with the investigation on who they saw coming in. How did the person enter the John Chimos? Who provided them that opportunity? So why the maintenance people are left off? Why the security people who are paid to guard the Capitol building, not just the police, 24 hours for a whole year they have a contract, why they were not interrogated or investigated by the police? Why the police themselves that provided maximum protection, the police director is on record, that they went in to protect life and property is the responsibility and had a press conference before then. Yet police officers are not being interrogated. This entire thing is not just selective justice, but it's targeting. From all indication by the minister who speaks, the Minister of Justice, and keeps saying lawmakers will get arrested. What happened to the majority lawmakers, for example, who were using the John Assembly consistently? They will lock the door and they will leave. Why are they not called in for interrogation? Thank you very much, Glennie. I respect my time. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Glennie. You're doing an exceptional job tonight, and I hope that you can be.
I demand 5 minutes left, Fadiga.
Then it needs to be investigated.
Look, Paul, when Paul says he doesn't,
taking all.
Yeah. When I ready to talk, then you will go drink water.
Now you got to put that clock back. You just interrupted, so put the clock all the way back. But look, Paul said he doesn't like when the government officials come here and talk, and the government officials look, they shoot. When somebody like Fadiga who said a few days ago, whenever he was with the president, and when you sit down and listen to the president, it's good for government officials to come and talk, because you know why? They tell you whatever they're saying. They tell you where the president is thinking. They tell you where officials at the highest level of government, are thinking. So when you hear people like Fadiga talking about the majority lawmakers and pointing fingers at minority lawmakers, and they have the motive to burn the Capitol, he's telling you when he said when his colleagues are the police and the NSA and with the president, this is your thinking. This is your thinking. This is what he's telling you. So it's good that they will talk. Look, you got to follow this whole thing from the beginning. Just look at the timeline to understand what's happening here. There's a leadership crisis at the House. The president takes a side. Executive officials are sent when there's a crisis. Even when the president said he was still waiting for a Supreme Court decision, Supreme Court decision is made. The president sides with the majority black. The Capitol building got a fire. The president first thing he said, this was awesome. Before we had any information, President asked the investigation and said awesome. Then there's the police director says, call for Foco and said Foco.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for interrupting.
What's wrong with Alamo, right? Decided to talk about Alamo and Speaker Kofa and wherever he posted. Now you have a justice minister that continues to talk about lawmakers and arresting lawmakers. From the beginning, this has been a plan. Stanton asked you to put the constitutional provision for Dr. Brubler. You haven't done that. This has been a plan. This is a calculated plan. So it's not surprised that somebody, the party guy, right? This is Article 21C of the Liberian Constitution. This is what it said. And I highlighted where it says such person entitled to counsel at every stage of the investigation, Dr. Brubler, not at certain stages of the investigation. You can take that down. So the fact that the Minister of Justice today, right, did not, and Gibson, look, Gibson was so fantastic to know. Look, I'm here clapping for Gibson. Gibson was like, look, the fact that the Minister address allegations of torture today, it tells you where these people are headed. It is look at you're supposed to be Basa.
Thank you very much, Linda. Thank you very much.
Funny guy said Abasa, man. You did Abasa,
Colonel Gray, I think Clinton left you with a very unique question. Everything from Tom recording and everything, the justice minister said, I care less. I'm just going after the lawmakers. I mean, why do you think he's not so concerned about these allegations and accusations about, Dr. Bobler, by the way, they asked them to take the pens out, and we say attempted sodomization. They said they want to sodomize them. We didn't say they sodomized them. Tom didn't say he was sodomized. The two gentlemen didn't say they were sodomized. So, Colonel Gray, this is where Clinton left you out at. That this guy, the justice minister, not even he care less. He's not talking about anything about human dignity.
Stanton, before coming to that, let me say this. I think I learned many years ago that there are exceptions to the 48 hour of being presented to a judge. I take, for instance, I think you can extend up to 72 hours. I say, for instance, if the following Monday, like we're expecting this coming Monday to be a holiday, would I expect the court to, to open up? So there's a provision, the Constitution has a room to wiggle within. So when somebody stick like the 48-hour must be, sometimes if the
but
next
with the government informing that those individual lawyers, right? So if the government say that, well, we have holiday coming, which is Monday, the government will just sit on it, or they will make sure that your lawyer is informed.
I mean, when you're arrested, from that point of arrestment, the time start clicking. So say if you're arrested Friday night or Saturday morning, so that's one day, the second day is Sunday. By Monday, they're supposed to forward you to court. But if that Monday, for instance, is a holiday, court is not open. Therefore, they will delay you. So that's why they say 48 to 72.
So are you saying for 48 to 72 hours, they will not even give you the chance to call your lawyer?
No, they will read your Miranda right. It's your right.
Thank you. Thank you. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Represented. Yes, it is your right. But let's say that those are circumstances. But anything that exceeds that, you have to be able to see a judge to make that determination whether this person can be held further. against their will. But there are other circumstances. Say, for instance, if you're a threat to yourself and others, they can hold you in detention. If your life, especially if they read your right to you and if they determine that you are a threat to yourself, Glendy, the brother just interrupted me before me.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. But if you can give me 30 more seconds, I'll land. Now, the issue of Oscar Tuer, the police chief and the fire chief, what they're struggling for is their ability to even explore this further. I don't see that professionalism. They're struggling with a lot of things, all three of them. I don't see expertise in what they're doing. So they're guessing their way as they push forward. And that is what all this inconsistency, if you bring an expert, they will just tell you exactly what it is, and then they go on by their business. But when you have amateurs and people struggling to speak, they will make inconsistent statements. That's what I can say about this.
It's concerning, Colonel Greg. Thank you very much. My brother Gibson.
I go on break now. I'll be back.
I will watch his style.
Go on break when Gibson come in. The Basa relationship we have here.
No, I'm not Basa man. I'm not Basa man. I can speak Basa, but I'm not Basa man. Look, let me refresh the mind of the likes of Fadika, the twisters of facts, the people who endanger the lives of Liberians, come on this platform and spew complete innuendos. Let's be honest. When the Justice Minister had this speech today, did he mention how the fire was investigated? Do we have fire experts in the country? Do we have fire experts? A fire service man who dressed with a purple suit to go look at fire building on fire. He dressed in purple suit to go look at building on fire. Who are the fire experts do we have that investigated, that pinpointed what kind of arson or what kind of material that lit the Capitol? The Justice Minister assumed, in fact, the president already said there were hooligans who committed arson. How did the president know? We don't know. The police director immediately after the fire incident, he said it was arson without investigating. After investigating, it's still arson. Just the minister come and say it's arson. Who is that fire expert that investigated that? Because the fire police, the fire director who was there said they observed. He didn't say we investigated. He said based on our observation. So who word do we take? The fire service director who's supposed to tell us what kind of fire was there, or the police director who's supposed to deal with criminal facts? This is what we are talking about. The police, the justice minister didn't care about the Liberian people. I don't care to tell them who did the investigation. They didn't bring people from West Africa. They didn't bring people from America to investigate. No, they did not. The people you arrested, did you tell us how you arrested them? How long they stayed? You see, that's a proper guy. Okay, I will stop here because I already said those things before. No problem. Stanley, just text me again.
I didn't text anything though. I mean, you know,
I saw your text message.
Plenty love for Fadiga to speak. So let's everybody here. Fadiga, welcome to the show. Our brother Isaac Joe. It's good to see you. Fadiga.
Stanton, it's very disturbing. These are the kind of partisan opportunism that the minister was talking about. Here's a man, Gibson Jarud, that supported a warring faction, LPC, talking about the value of life.
Why you always want to go personal?
I just want us to stay far because this is the hypocrisy that got this country where it is today. People that back in the days that did not value the lives of people. Look, I'm so happy that the president was able to pen his signature on our war and economic crime so that at least the true perpetrator of
If you
evil.
want to get office, or why economic crime has no office? They're looking for office
We will
space,
get
no
there,
money.
no matter how long. At some point, that was a dream, but I wouldn't want us to digress. I want us to stick to the issue here. Look, the minister was forceful. This is the most I've look. This is the word that we're looking for. This is the Oswald word that we're looking for. It took so long for this to come out. He was forceful. I could see him speaking like a real justice minister. Look, such a heinous crime. And then you see the president say, hooligans. That's the adjective. What else you want us to call them? Normal people don't behave like that. Set ablaze our national treasure. Normal people behave like that. You have to be abnormal. Look, we do not know exactly who did this thing. Well, we can all, you know.
You said you know. You said that's the minority black.
Yeah, you said it.
I'm using inductive reasoning. Look,
you said that's the minority black. You said you knew who did it.
They had a motive. I said they had a motive. That's my personal belief. That's
they
my
need to
personal
call you to
belief.
get evidence.
The government have their own belief. That's my personal. I'm using inductive reasoning. I gave the analogy of the woman in
the justice minister need to invite him
the baby. Look, it's an open secret. They had a motive. It could be somebody else. That's my personal belief. But I think the minister was very forceful, and I think he warned everybody. Look, there are sacred cows in this place. There are people that believe that they are above the law. That's why anyone would want to even send someone to go burn that place, because people believe that they will get away with it. People talking about, you are not part of the investigation. We have law enforcement experts that are investigating this thing. And it came out that it is an assault. Who here don't believe that it's an assault? Who here on this panel that can actually sit down, with the exception of Gray and Gibson Giroux? Yeah, I will leave it at that. But
thank you very much. The Honorable Ambassador of St. Eugene Fadiga. And again, I would say, Fadiga, we have to get to the bottom of this. But you cannot.
Come on, give me 10 seconds. Let me respond.
Accuse the majority black of.
You always asking for 30 seconds, man.
We're gonna go to our brother Asido. Asido, welcome to the show. You're gonna speak. You're gonna speak from where you met us. You're gonna speak from where you met us, and you have your 2 minutes, sir. Asido, please.
Today, I listened to one of the most arrogant Liberians that I've ever known, the Justice Minister Twe. Today, I've listened to something that resembled some of the worst dictators we have ever read about. Today, I listened to a man who sees himself as the Constitution, who sees himself as the power unquestionable by anyone. Today, I saw in the eyes a man so red that he thinks Liberians will run away from Liberia because he exists. He will sound this warning. Tue, or whatever he called the name, should understand that no one is above the law. And yes, no one is below the law. When you bring a politician to speak in the way he spoke with arrogance, everyone should be concerned. I challenge everyone to do all of your research and find a video when last you have seen a justice minister spoke in the way Twe spoke today.
Not even Jigen Scott.
My people, what has our country descended into? A man who should be enforcing the law is threatening people when he should be giving us updates of what happened. A man who should be telling us facts about what happened is naming people that he thinks feel to themselves they are above the law, and encourage everyone to kindly listen to Twa's statement today over and over and over and again. As you are listening to it, look in his eyes. What kind of country are we descending into? But we get a news for Twa. He is not powerful than the people of Liberia. He should be mindful and think because he's just a minister in 2025.
Thank you, Isidore.
Everyone will bow down to his knees.
Your 2 minutes is up, sir. Thank you.
I think, let me just end on this. His public display today with such arrogance should be an embarrassment to his profession, and he needs to take classes again to understand how law enforcement officers should speak to the public.
Thank you. Let me go back now, guys. I'm done with this conversation because we want to talk on one other stuff. We got 60 minutes left. Today is a beautiful, beautiful Friday. From what we said, though it snow a little bit. KFC, I don't know at your end what's going on there. I want to welcome all of you again.
It's so bad here. It's so bad here. And I dressed wrongly today too.
The good, the bad, the ugly. I want to say thank you for joining the Spoon Network, the Spoon Talk today. We are where we are because of you. You may disagree. You may like the fact that we are in your living room on this show. We appreciate you. Seriously, we do. I want to send a shout out, a birthday greeting to the most beautiful Joa Howard Taylor. Today is her birthday. My Joa, we say happy birthday to you. We hope you had a wonderful time. We hope you celebrated your birthday in grand style. Again, happy birthday. Whenever I see her birthday coming up, I make me to think about my wife's birthday, which will be next week. So I want to say to all of you, the former Vice President, Joa Howard Taylor, happy birthday to you. Again, let's try to close on this and let's try to make progress as we wind down the clock. I also want to show something that just came through while we were speaking, and I think this actually we need to talk about this. I just saw the picture today, but this is unique. It's not only unique because of the individual. Sometimes when they do bad thing, we talk it, and when they do something good, let's talk it. This is Gregory Coleman on his way home from, I think, one of his trip. He saw a police officer there having a bag of money, a big bag of money, and money that they took illegally from drivers, and harassed them. And Gregory Coleman pulled them over and said, "Listen, let me see in that bag." When he opened it, you get all the different colors of money. And he sent those group to the disciplinary department that this is not what you do. Even if your salary is not enough, you cannot harass the citizen. You cannot do this in a good society. And so again, though he may not be perfect though, but at least it's necessary and only necessary that we speak to these things. And I hope not only Gregory Coleman, but the rest of the security guys out there can seriously start to implement these different things to the various checkpoints that police will arrive the citizen, the marketers, the bus driver, the pimp, and the keke. And so therefore we should elevate this. And I must applaud Gregory for this one today. So while you speak to your closing, take a little bit of this, and sometimes it's only good to encourage those people in leadership when they are doing the right thing for us to celebrate them. So I want to acknowledge that what was done today by Gregory Conagray. What was done today, seeing that picture, is pleasing to the soul, and I think it was a good thing. What say you? I'm coming to you because you're the former retired corner of the AFL. What say you, Conagray?
Well, one thing we'll say, Stanton, when it comes to institutionalization of any department, the other day my brother was asking me who made you a colonel. And then I thought about the question to ask him, which are going to freak him up, who made you a journalist? People within institution are not made by people. The institution determines, you understand, their way through the cracks, their way through the chain of command, the ladder, and so on and so forth. So it would be wrong to say the minister, I mean the IG knows it all. That's why we're a professional section of the institution. But I can say that I see that as an institutional breakdown, because if people know the repercussion of accepting token at that level, you know, and the consequences that befit those kinds of attitude, definitely somebody will be afraid to say, if I get caught, like now, a lot of
Yeah.
people will have
Thank you.
sleepless night knowing that the repercussion will be heavy.
Yep. Thank you.
But
Thank you.
nobody has any fear, knowing
Yeah,
that if
but
they
I
call,
think
they go back and do the same crime, my brother.
no, but the mere fact that Gregory can even take such action is brilliant. Dr. Bopler, and then we'll go to Dr. Richardson. What you make about the picture and what was done today?
Well, the picture is almost self-explanatory. I mean, the chief um, is doing what the chief's supposed to do. Police in Liberia are supposed to protect and serve, not to hustle people or take money that's not theirs. So if the chief got wind of it, I think he sets a bold example that this is not what we do. And I hope the message resonates throughout the force. We hear all the time the police in Liberia are not paid well. My response is always enough money is relative. You can double people's salary and they can still look at you and say, I'm making enough money. I think if the job means more than the pay, then it starts to pay more. So integrity matters. Work for your honest money, do it with integrity, and then everything else will take care of itself. So I appreciate what the police did. What I would like to see the IG do is focus on community policing. Again, our communities don't have police in there. Most of the police are escorting people, and there's so much crime, there's so much violence, and so much killing going on in the community. The killing bill for motorbike, the killing bill for carrying, playing on their head. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Police are absent, and people. I hope that IG Coma will focus on that and take the police from all these escort services, put them in the community to protect people.
Dr. Bopler, thank you. Dr. Richardson, you want to add anything? Then we'll just run straight to the event that is scheduled tomorrow, the Prince Johnson funeral scheduled tomorrow. The leaders will be there, and I want to hear you guys on contribution and what your expectation for tomorrow. Dr. Richardson, what say you about Gregory Coma in the pictures?
Great action. I believe his action sends a message to his police force. And like everyone has said, you got to do this job because you want to serve the community and not because of the paycheck that is involved. Liberia will progress, you will get paid, but just try to maintain the peace. I understand, I had an opportunity to talk to the police and they kept on complaining about this paycheck business. This is why they are corrupt. And, so I understand where they are, but I also understand we have to maintain the law and order in our country.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. And if you want to speak once we get to you, that's fine. I want to start with you, Honorable Akaris Gray. You in Liberia currently. We'd like to hear you seriously. The ground, folks going to Nimba County. Yaga Koloba is in Nimba. Like the whole Moravia is empty. For the burial of Prince Yedo Johnson, the senator for Nimba County. Today we saw that Samuel Koga traditionally he was given the lion spell to represent and take the place of Prince White Johnson. Your political leader, George Manawea, is on his way there tomorrow. Folks are saying it's going to be a big thing when you have George Manawea, President Joseph Yimabwaka, maybe the former president Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and that of all the vice president will be in attendance. Talk to me. What's your expectation? What are you looking forward to, sir?
Yeah, basically, before I hit that point, you know, people don't look at the immediate cause of problems in the country. You only look at, the remote causes. You only look at immediate causes. From a sociological standpoint, what the essence of all these checkpoints are around Monrovia? You go Clay Street and Ken Johnson Road, one is there. UN Drive and Ken Johnson Road, another one there. Charleston, one there. Right to Johnson Street, one there. You keep these people hungry all day. All day. You don't carry food or that. How you expect them to survive? This is the highest number of harassment by police officers in government. Go to red light. He spoke to the people. There are police officers who were trained. They're not even on government payroll. Okay. They should have been concerned about putting them. I hope they put them on the payroll now in the 2025 budget. So how you expect them to survive? They squat on the masses. So they'll find a solution to the problem than just going to intimidate and harass them. For me, I have serious different exceptions or thought about that. Okay, it's just showmanship to say I'm working, I bought somebody beg to them whatsoever. But I look at the issue. In Nimba County, you can hate him, you can love him. I've had some issue with the late senator. Everyone know I'm on record for disagreeing with him, but Nimba see him as their hero. Whether you like him or hate him, Prince Johnson, in the political landscape of the country, was the longest serving senator of the Republic of Liberia, longest serving senator, and he made, when I say he made, the swing votes. He put it in the direction of three different presidents. In fact, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in 2011, again, he was there. President Weah in 2017, Joseph Boakai in 2023. So you can see that he has done business with the three leaders of the country. So, and even political leaders, one time he was talking to the ANC, Alexander Cummings. So Prince Johnson Barrow brings the people together, whether they're from Grand Jude, whether they're from Nimba County. I think, and I love the traditional show. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a Christian. Everyone know that I'm a Christian. We have traditions. You see what the people of Nimba doing in Nimba County. I mean, for me, that's my first time seeing some of the tradition. I have a history from Nimba County also, besides Grand Cape County. I have a history from Nimba also. So again, I think all that we can say, may his soul rest in perpetual peace, and our condolences to the family. Our political leader had a good working relationship. I remember Prince Johnson should have seen him before his death on that Saturday. Unfortunately, it did not materialize. So, and it's important that his death had assembled all of the major political actors, almost all, in Nimba County. I hope President Boyka could take advantage of that because he has not been able in 1 year. One of the things he has not been able to do in 1 year is to have a serious conversation with the political actors or political institution. I remember by September, I think it was September, in our first year at Belacasa, President Weah called all the political parties and political
Thank
stakeholders.
you.
So maybe this Prince Johnson barrel, by after tomorrow, I could make President Boyka reach out for a national
Do you
conference on
think? Do
unity
you
to
think?
unite
Do you
people.
think, real quick, because we got to go on a grade? George Manaway, the former president, is on his way. Do you think after this whole barrel, he's going to make gain? Is the CDC sending anybody in that race to represent CDC for the seat of how you call him, the former Senator Prince Yedo Johnson?
We think I putting the cart before the horse. It will be unfortunate what people are talking about barrel, and the man has not yet been buried, and the family are not overcome it yet, and then the CDC will be premature
Can
to
CDC make
announce a
any gain
candidate.
in Nimba?
I say it will
Will
be
CDC make
premature.
any gain?
It will be premature to discuss a by-election by the CDC,
Do
and the
you
party
think? Do
will
you
not.
think it was? Do you think it was a blunder for the CDC that they let go of Prince Johnson, and now you come to
Let
say
me
you might
let me
broadcast
repeat.
election?
Let me repeat to you that we sympathize with the family. It will be very premature to discuss Prince
We
Johnson at
hope
the
we can
state
have
level
you.
juncture.
We hope we can have you
Yeah,
next time to discuss this because
yeah.
Prince Johnson
Next
will be
time we can
buried
discuss
tomorrow.
that, but
Prince
it
Johnson will
will
be
be
buried tomorrow,
premature.
and we are getting in the
It will
race. We
be
are hearing
premature. It
information
will be
whether it's true.
insensitive.
I hear
It will
you.
be
I hear you. We are
insensitive to the
hearing
people.
information whether it is true that you guys, after Prince Johnson's daughter, and you guys book a hotel for her and giving her cars and protection. What are you guys trying to do? Show
Let me
that.
say
I
this to
mean,
you, and let me repeat. When it comes to the
yeah.
family, when it comes to the burial, the CDC as a mature, organized political institution will not double into preemptive strikes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Akaris Bose. Great. Dr. Bobler, we'll come back to you and Dr. Francine on this program scheduled for tomorrow. Guys, we are winding down. We must leave here within time. Dr. Bobler, what's your expectation? All the leaders and businessmen and women, folks will be in Nimba. They are in Nimba, actually, for that funeral. What say you, Dr. Bobler?
Senator, I extend my condolences to Senator Johnson's family. I pray comfort and strength for all of them. From a political perspective, I think everybody who have the privilege to serve our country in any political position should think about legacy. When, not if, but when I leave this, or not necessarily die, but leave the position, what will be my legacy? People should be able to point to something or to things that improve the lives of others appreciably. And I think if everybody who has the privilege to serve in our country, Stanton, thinks that way, then your legacy will be measured not by what you got, but what you did. That because you were here, lives were improved. Because you were here, this policy changed the education system. Because you was here. And so I think in this context, it's an opportunity for us to reflect what legacy we leave after you serve 18, 20 years in government, 2 years, 4 years. Do something meaningful and show some appreciable improvement in the lives of other people, because that's the only reason you were put there. When God blesses you, he blesses you with other people in mind. So be that conduit, be that vessel, be that so that other people's lives are better.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to bring you. What's your closing argument here, Dr. Richardson, on the event schedule for tomorrow?
Well, I'll just do my closing. I want to say that it's a great show.
Let's do this here real quick and get everybody a chance. Sorry, Dr. Richardson, then we can come to your closing. Can we do that, please?
Sure. So
Yeah,
you want to speak
on the funeral schedule tomorrow? Yeah.
I think so far we are seeing tradition, the tradition of what Prince Johnson and Senator Koga practiced. I want to respect that. I also think some people might like, I'm an honorable Akaris Grimmon. I want to talk about politics right now. I think that the optics of handing the platoon over to Koga to be the next whatever godfather or head of the traditional clan in Nimba is boosting Koga's desire to be senator, or is boosting the optics of wanting him to be in that spot. So I just wanted to say that, and that's what I observed so far. I think it's a good thing for the Nimba people to celebrate the death, the life of Prince Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Just on that picture alone, we want to speak to that it was a family turnover. Prince Johnson was a warrior. The next in line, because of the family, the bloodline, is Samuel Koga. It got nothing to do with the Nimba people turning this to Koga. It's the family. You know, Prince Johnson and Samuel Koga, they are related. So when the next person there to take that soul as a warrior was Samuel Koga, and that's why he jumped over the body twice, and they did the traditional stuff. Because I reached out and I asked them, and, so now, yes, the bottom line to it. Prince Johnson protected as a lion. Not that he was the biggest in the forest, what I was told, but he was the lion that everybody feared. Now he passed on. They must bring a new lion, but the lion must protect the biggest animal in the forest, and the bigger animal in the forest is the elephant by size. The lion there now to protect the elephant. So then I asked, who is the elephant? Jeremiah Kun is the elephant. It will be Koga now to protect Jeremiah Kun. So it's the deeply rooted traditional and cultural orientation was just all watching today. So I said, well, what that means, the way in which Prince Johnson protected Jeremiah Kun, groomed Jeremiah Kun, helped Jeremiah Kun, it's up to Samuel Koga now to do the same thing from the heritage of the manner and the guild and that. Not anybody can say, oh, that's what I was told. On both sides, I gave them a hard time. They say yes. The only job Koga got to do right now from that family is to protect the next political leader in line, who is Jeremiah Pancon. Let me hear you. Let me hear you, Paul Kennedy. Maybe the man or Giopio will come on and speak. Let me hear you, Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do. I don't know much about Nimba. Can't say much about Nimba. My sympathy with the Johnson family, the senator's family, and good luck to Honorable Koga. That's all I can say in that.
Thank you very much. If we're going to go to Gibson, have you spoken on this, Conor Gray? No, Conor Gray, please. Let's hear you. Your 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. I think nobody, I will not dispute that Senator Prince Y. Johnson brought his county into the limelight of politics. It seems as though it has become one of those nerves that if you don't strike it, definitely politics will not be decided. So Senator Johnson actually made Nimba as a decisive political, aspect of our politics. Now that he's gone, may he so rest in peace, and my sympathy, like others, to the family. But now that he's gone, we are going to be left with whether or not anybody can fill his shoes, because this guy was a kingmaker. I can guarantee you, if you got Prince Johnson on your side, probably more than likely you will get some amount of vote. There are people that will argue that theory, but in my own political observation, I see that he was really a kingmaker. If you ask me for legacy, that's one of the legacies he left. He impacted our people to the extent where everybody wanted to know when there's an election, especially the general election that involves the president or the presidency. People wanted to know where he was leaning, and that to some extent have guaranteed a certain amount of vote. And then he had some institutions also put up, his school. That would be left for the county to rub their hand around that school, even though it's privately owned. His church. And so I know folks will not be happy with his war records. But those are not things, those of us who are historians that will be writing the history of our country. It will always be factor or future in our thoughts and psyche. And I hope, our people will realize that. That's why everybody's going to the funeral. Nobody will say, I'm not going there because I disagree with Prince Johnson. But you're looking life ahead after he's long, buried. But he was a factor to deal with, and I hope anybody can have that kind of strength. Maybe, who knows? I don't know if Jeremiah Kun has that weight, but if he's the one that's the elephant, then it must be heavier than what I'm seeing right now. But thank you so much.
He said he's not. Anyway, get sing. You get some talk.
I'll make it very sweet and short. Fadika, when I came to America for the first time, it was the State Department that brought me here on a special program. The State Department don't take you from Liberia if you're a combatant. They check behind you. They ask other colleagues. So your LPC story is not true. But besides that, all Nigerians are warriors. I wish I would have fought. Okay? So let me just say, let me leave it at that. I'm not going to go to Conor Gray, who question my journalism because I know you get through your job. I don't get time for that. But let me just tell you something. Starting you said something, Jordan, that pissing more Nigerians off right now. For you to say that Jeremiah Kun is the elephant.
How many of them have you spoken to? How many of them have you just spoken? How many of them you just spoken to?
I mean, people calling me. You understand? People calling me. Nigerians are mad that you even call Jeremiah Kun as an elephant. This man did not speak to Prince Johnson 7 months before Prince Johnson died. You call him elephant? This man was the vice president of Liberia. Prince Johnson's daughter wanted a job. Prince Johnson, he couldn't help Prince Johnson. He got to go to Dar es Salaam to helping to introduce his daughter to the president. Why Jeremiah is the vice president making decisions?
That was an
He's
allegation.
the elephant. Nimba doesn't even want to see Jeremiah is walking. He is the worst man in Nimba County. Okay, he's not going to put any respect, and I think Samuel Cook are going to put the respect because Samuel Cook not only that he's a relative, but he's committed to the tradition, and he is speaking to the heart of the people. But Jeremiah will be cut to size. He is the worst man in Nimba County, and you people are afraid of talking. I will talk it.
Okay, well, we'll get into it. Nobody's afraid.
Get into your own.
The man said, I don't know which one of the American people went to the Catholic Church in Liberia and brought Gibson here. Because this is so wrong. That somebody went to the Catholic Church and brought Gibson here. It was here, but journalists, but they got to talk to us.
Gibson have said his own.
No way, it's not
that's true.
Yeah, look, we're not even going to indulge in those I'm not going to even go behind you on that. I will say this. I had an encounter with Senator Johnson just before his passing. I was at the program where he was honoring
Nimba building, right?
Yeah, a hall.
Yeah,
A hall.
I remember.
Yesene Yadima Hall at the Polytechnic, and we laughed. I had a meeting with him. First, I met him at the Capitol Benin, and the funny guy hit me. He was always this, despite the controversy. Senator Johnson left a legacy, and I think Dr. Bopler says something about legacy. Look, it's not how well you live, but how do you want people to remember you? I don't think most people think about that. I think Senator Johnson really thought a lot about how he wanted to be remembered, and it is shown in the amount of people that are attending his funeral, or whoever he raised. They became president. He was the kingmaker of Liberia. He served his people. Nimadian genuinely love him, and for a good reason. You can say what you want about him, but he left this earth as a man that was well respected, a man that his people were very proud of. He put Nimadian first. Everything was about his county. He did everything for his people, and they remember him for that. For Gissin Jari to stay here and say, look, if you don't understand one thing, I think the rest of the nation can emulate, or at least emulate the example of Nimba County. Nimba County has cracked the code that all the other counties have not. Even my own county, we're still playing catch up. Go there. It's different from every other county. The most progressive
country in Senegal.
Yeah, in Senegal.
Please allow the brother to
one of the
talk.
most progressive counties, and it all, because of Prince Johnson. So for anyone like Gibson Jari, I know why Gibson Jari is making this statement. We all know that. But let me tell you something. This is the time for Liberians to move forward. This is time for Liberians to come together. I'm glad that all the leaders going to be in Nimba County. I heard former President Weah will be there. Other people. I think this is the time for us to reflect on what kind of Liberia we want. Is it one that we have folks like Akara's Gray will come here and try to preach hate, try to incite violence? Is it one that we have Gibson Jari that have not joined yet, even though he has his own network, but he found a way back here so that they can come in and be this opposition that will make this government unpopular, so that at least 2029. It's all about 2029. Look, President Joseph Human Boyka is focused on today. You sit near that, our president, he will tell you his vision, he can lay out, he has a clear roadmap in play of where he want to take this country. So he's not distracted about, he's not even thinking about 2029. He's thinking about now, how can he solve our problem? So it saddens me, but he died a hero of former Senator Johnson, and he will be remembered as well, no matter what anybody think about him. I think if I want to leave this earth, I want to leave like Prince Johnson. He left a real mark on our political landscape, and he will be remembered for generations. Stanton, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Fatiga. Thanks a lot. Let me bring in Isaac, though. You want to comment on the Prince Johnson funeral?
Yeah. So Senator Johnson will be buried today with a scar on him. I want to look at him from the angle of the Nimba people. What is that scar? Others see him as a warlord, others see him as a murderer. That was only because he did everything to protect the people of Nimba. That's why they refer to him as a godfather. They did not refer to him as a godfather because he wanted to amass political power for himself. No. Who else in Nimba has protected the people of Nimba? Other than people wanting political power for themselves. Oh, I'm the next godfather. But doing what? Oh, so the people of Nimba can vote for you. That's all you are godfather for. Prince Johnson was not godfather simply because he wanted people to vote for him. He was godfather because he gave his life to protect the people of Nimba. How are we now seeing the next king of the jungle, the next godfather, only because he wants people to go to the ballot and vote for you? That, oh, he won't be godfather for Nimba. Nothing else. Even when Prince Johnson was living, everything that man did was about Nimba. Who in Liberia today, everything is Nimba? Who? Everything Prince Johnson ever wanted to do was Nimba. Even he had confusion with President Weah because he said President Weah should appoint Nimba people. Everything on Nimba. Although President Weah appointed plenty Nimba people, but he still wanted. That's the reason why he was godfather for Nimba. But you know what? Let's not go into the politics. When that time comes, we will get into it. For now, we can only say Prince Johnson remains a national figure. You can hate him, you can like him. His name will always be written in the history books of our country. That's why you see Nimba today is the place to be where everyone is descending to pay their last respect to someone who has done a lot for the country. Good, whatever you see it, bad, whatever you see it. But we can never forget that he is someone that all of us will keep on talking for. So it is a fair due for everyone to be there, to pay their last respect to an uncle, no matter how you see him. But when it comes to the issue of who becomes next godfather because of political vote, you're relaxed. We will get there when the time comes. Yeah, take them small. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clinton.
Look, I mean, you know, like everyone here, we express our deepest condolence to the people of Nimba, and you know, hopefully the ceremonies go as planned and the families have the strength to move on. I don't understand the traditions of Nimba. I don't pretend to know the traditions of Nimba. And I don't understand what happened today with Koga and, you know, then turning over a spear to him to become the godfather. But what I can say, if that also extends to political leadership in the county, then it looks bad for the vice president. I think the vice president will be heard by the leaked recordings of Senator Johnson just before his death. That recording is going to hurt. I think it's going to hurt the vice president because it really shows the state of mind of the senator just before his death, how he felt about how he was treated by the vice president and the Bouakai administration. So I think the people of Nimba, that we call him coming just before his death, I think they are going to hold on to that, and I think it's really going to affect how they look at the vice president going forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. We listen. It's a good conversation. I'm going to bring in Sister Glennie in, and I will say my own because I think CDC got to be fair. CDC got to be
But we're not talking CDC business. CDC got to be fair.
But guys,
So what CDC got to do with everything we're talking
I
about?
beg you. That
Are
Sister
you
Glennie,
talking about again?
Sister Glennie, you want to please speak, and these guys that love to.
If you talk about CDC will respond to you, know that.
Let's talk about CDC and UP. Let's talk about it.
We stay away from the whole
Now we're talking about
politics.
Nimba.
Yeah.
Sister Glennie, can you talk to us about your expectation of more, please?
So let me just say to the people of Nimba and to the people of Liberia, we all have different connections to who Prince Johnson was. But to the people of Nimba, he will always be looked at as a great one, as the hero for Nimba County. And I think we express condolences to the people because they believe in him. They believe in his cause. They believe in whatever he was fighting for. I want to say this. That whole Kroger thing today was politically motivated. Uncalled for. Not necessary. Poor timing. Nonsense. Let me be on record today. It's not the time for it. Absolutely not the time when the people of Nimba, they're mourning Prince Johnson. What is the relevance in saying that we're passing the torch over to you? Did you see Prince Johnson? I'm from Nimba. Did you see Prince Johnson and Kroger together? Were they buddies? Was this what Prince Johnson would want for Kroger to be the next? And I think Isaac will talk about it. What is his legacy, Kroger, to now take over from Prince Johnson? What has he done for the people of Nimba? I think today was not the day for that. I honestly, I enjoy the fact that they dwell in their culture and the things that they did. But passing the torch on today without first burying Prince Johnson, and who will determine who passes, who gets the torch? Will it be the people that did it today? Or the citizenry of Nimba County to say who's the leader? So if you don't think today what happened was politically motivated, who's the highest right now in Nimba County? Is it Nakum? That Kroger the highest? But I'm not from Nimba. I'm from Grand Bassa County. I can just call my own.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sis Glennie. But let me help you, Sis Glennie. Maybe you keep on the show. Because sometimes when you come from work, you come straight on the show. You got to leave to go eat and come back. So let me help you and everyone else.
See my trouble.
It was a tradition. That's something to do. It's not about the entire country. It's about the family tradition. So when you ask the question, why today? Before the bury Prince Johnson, that must take place. It's not after, it's before. And when you watch the video, Koga jumping over the body twice, he did. It's the tradition. It's the family tradition. But we're not, I'm begging you. I'm explaining, sister. So what happened here? The family heads, the chiefs, the zoo, they all come together. And they ask the family. They are not asking, Jeremiah can get nothing to do with it. They ask the family, who are we going to pass the torch to? They go by ranks. And this is how they came down to Samuel Koga.
I see.
Samuel Koga.
Stand I disagree with you.
Stanton, you know nothing. Stanton, you know nothing about tradition. That's contract.
I said, please, guys, you told your own. Let me tell my own. You remember?
No, but you are not providing right information.
You not come and say this.
Stanton is 100% correct.
Let me talk my own. You can take your phone before we do the show. We go ahead and ask people. I will mute everybody, please. Let me finish. I beg you, my people. You can disagree. That's why we're on Spoon Talk. I'm not from Nimba. Okay? But I asked question. I said, why is this happening, Gibson? They said, this is our tradition.
I said, is this about the entire Nimba? They said, no. This is the culture, and this is our tradition with this family. Prince Johnson took it from somebody. When the person died, they gave it to Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson died, he must give it.
Did you ask for the question?
I said, stop, man. Stop, please. No, don't ask me. No, don't do that, I said. Don't do that. I mean, you're messing the show up. Don't do that. Let me finish, please.
Well,
and at the end of the day, no, don't ask me a question. I don't want to answer any question from you. Please.
Well, who did Prince Johnson get it from?
My man, let me finish. Let me finish. You stay interrupting the show. Don't do that, my man. So here's the issue. This is not about Nimba, country, county Nimba. This is about their family. So they turn it over to Samuel Koga. That's the next man in line. I asked why not Jeremiah Kuhn, Glenny. Jeremiah Kuhn is not part of the family. He can't take it. Nobody is part of that family when you are not part of Prince Johnson family to take it. I did ask. And that's exactly the answer now. If you know anybody from Nimba, I would beg you, please call them on the show and let them explain whether each family have their own culture and tradition. This is not about the entire Nimba. Samuel Koga is not representing the entire Nimba, Paul Kennedy. He represented the family. So you want to ask who Prince Johnson took it from? He took it from his grandfather. They gave it to him. And that's how it is. Listen, please, I beg everybody.
Let her Nimbayans call. Let's just open the line for only people from Nimba to call.
No. So the day your radio station get popular on its phone, then you can.
Because we're discussing the tradition of the Nimba people.
But so let's get them. Let's open the line and everybody will close. Your name and where you joining us from?
Center. This is Bob from Nimba County.
Bob Dema, thank you for calling.
You always mispronounce my name.
The man went oval. The man said I mispronounced his name. And I hope we can have people from the Prince Johnson side of the tradition, and also that they can explain to us.
I mean, you ain't know what Nimba more than me, man. I got Nimba.
My man, you're not from Nimba. But you don't do that thing.
You don't even know my history. Just say now, my grandfather was David Twe. Probably you don't know today.
Your grandfather was David Twe, and you're carrying great name.
You don't even know this. You don't know I get mom and pop.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Understand, Mr. Grady was adopted. So
Gray was adopted. That's why you coming to say on this show?
No, I have my pop.
Okay. So I want to say thanks to everybody. Now let's close, folks. I beg you, if you are from Nimba, people calling. Should we take a few calls to clarify?
Yeah, we want to hear the Nimba people, the real Nimba people speak. Not the one from
your name and where you joining us from? Your name, please listen to the phone and not the radio, my friend. All right, we'll get back to you. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
My name is J. Masilius Flomo, and I'm calling from Spokane, Washington. And I'm from Nimba County.
Yeah, but you got Flomo. How you from Nimba County, my man?
Nimba people got Flomo.
But let's
we got a few more than anybody else. The men and women use the name.
Okay. Yeah, so Mr. Flomo, welcome to the show. We are talking about the Prince Johnson family and the tradition that took place today. Can you clarify for us?
Okay, I'm from Nimba and I'm from the Mano side. And you stand there, you are absolutely correct about what you said.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, and all the people trying to throw all kind of things in there to divide Nimba people. There's nothing going, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know of anything in Nimba that people have against the vice president. So the people are doing absolutely the right thing, and there's no competition there, as far as I'm concerned, between the vice president and anybody. So what they did there today was according to the tradition. It has nothing to do with the vice president.
Thank you,
as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Let me bring in the Pape. Pape, go ahead. I will not call your last name, so talk to us, Pape. Hello? Oh, he ain't got though. Gibson, you got somebody on your phone? All right, let me talk to one guy. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Cameron is now joining you from New Jersey, Newark.
Yes, sir. Talk to us, please.
Oh, well, let me be very frank to tell you, Samuel Koga can never and ever replace Senator Johnson in Nimba.
Is that a tradition in the family, my
You hear
brother?
that?
Or what? I'm not saying whether he can replace the family culture today. That's why we open the line. Is that a family tradition that he can take the lion soul? That what we saw today. All right, the man gone. We see it two saying gone. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello.
Well, no Nima point Monrovia. All the people saying on the diaspora are calling.
Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Nelson, can you come on the show? That's a good thing for Nelson. Can you come on the show? Yeah.
Yeah, let's call the people from Monrovia.
Zoga kind of district.
Yeah.
It is a tradition. I think Sam Koga make it explicit to everybody today. The tradition in Nimba, when you are in power, I don't care whatsoever you might be, when you are in power, when you die, and you are part of that culture, that person has to take your place. I think Jerome knows most about Nimba County. The any of us or any of you that on our platform, Samuel Koga, he have done a lot of things. You see, protecting Nimba. It wasn't just Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson was the leader of the organization, but every Nibalian fought with Prince Johnson. If you don't take gun to fight.
So, but our question, my man, you came on a different player. We just ask you a simple question. No, Papa, wait now, please. Are you part of the people family culture to turn the lion soul over to Samuel Koga? I see. I'm not talking about who the giant in the place.
We are all from Zoge.
So, is it a cultural thing? What was done today is so unique.
It's a culture coming our center. If you want to give me a little time, let me
come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. We'll give you more time. Yeah. Oh, come back tomorrow, Papa, because you want to explain my history.
I'll come back tomorrow.
Yeah, come back tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Central, I have someone on my phone here.
Go ahead, bring them, then we'll go to Liberia.
Go ahead. Call your name and then make your point.
Hello, my name is Golan Bagdolo from Nimba County. The tradition was followed today. Samuel Koga played the right part and come to the culture, so nothing went wrong.
Thank you. Guess who you got? Guess who you got? I hope that person not real Nimba.
They say guessing know the tradition. They ain't tell all the tradition.
Yeah, Papa, I don't know what he's saying. Papa, that guessing uncle. So, guessing what you got, man? All right, the man don't want to talk. Let's go to Liberia. Nelson, Kule, talk to us. Open the phone line. Then we will end the show.
For his level of insight on the tradition that was performed today, that entails that he actually talked to the Nimbarians who are informed. What was done today has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with politics. As far as it is now, President Jeremiah Kun is the leader of Nimba County. What was done today, Prince Johnson inherited bravery from his grandfather, and he could not, according to the Nimba tradition, die with that bravery. So somebody that is connected to him, either as a blood relative or maybe in an in-law, should have inherited that bravery from him, and that was Koga, being his cousin, inherited from him today. It is no politics. If anyone thinks that means VP Kun is lower than Koga, and that means Nimba is vulnerable, then you just missing the mark. It was completely tradition. Anything that is inherited in the Nimba culture, when you die, you have to pass it on to anybody, anything for that matter. If you are herbalist, whatever it is, and that one was performed today. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your call in. We're going to take 5 calls from Liberia. Then we're going to wrap this thing up. Nelson? That woman make Gibson shit. Nelson, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Leo M. Smith calling from GSA.
Yeah, please
from
go
all the
ahead.
way disqualifying Nimba County.
Mhm.
Yes, I tell God thank you for our people about the discussion today. But the traditional, when you are discussing, they have general traditional and the family traditional. That one is true. The general traditional and the family traditional. And the family traditional that the one Honorable Kuga never doing.
Okay.
Because you have to take over when it comes to the traditional in their family.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Hello? Your name and where you joining us from? Hello? Okay, so we take another person. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you. Please go ahead. Hello? Another person? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm Prince calling from Monrovia.
Yeah, go ahead, Prince.
What that was practically done today in Nimba is a tradition. You know, even in Lofa, we have the same tradition. Someone died in the family, either the son or whosoever that connected to the family as a son or brother. Replace the person before the burial. So you replace the person before burial. That's what tradition says. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caller number 3. Hello?
Even nursing school and go even to all one that you go this evening. Money is down there getting calling from Bangladesh Bonkane this evening.
Go ahead.
I had a message for the CEO on the show tonight.
Yeah.
The CEO need to be careful with those guys that are on the show call themselves sedition.
Yeah,
He need to be careful.
Yeah, but
The
can we
Liberian people trust in him and they believe in him. He must start listening to people that will always come out on the news.
Thank you, Daniel.
Listen to him, he need to be careful. We love him, let him deserve for the people. They're not loving.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Prince Wuna. I'm from York Guma from St. Koga home in St. Johnson home.
Okay, go ahead.
That's a culture. That's a exact culture in our home there. We are from Makara. We are warriors. So whenever the father die or the uncles who are doing certain things die, one of the children in the family will go out and join over the body to take the bravery from that person. That thing that was doing. It have nothing to do with the entire country. It's about our town. Your Guma, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nelson. We appreciate you. Thanks, guys. Let's close the show. It was a beautiful show from my end. Hope to see you guys on tomorrow, Saturday. We have our team of reporters covering the funeral tomorrow. We're going to have the puppy will be there, JMB. We're going to have former President George Manawia. We're going to have former President Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Vice President will be there. Other leaders are heard coming from the region attending the funeral of Prince Johnson. Whatever your side is, it is why it is. I talk my own, you talk your own, but I want to appreciate each and
Prince
every
Johnson
one.
work for there. So why
Yes.
Prince Johnson all that son didn't take the position?
So that feeling, I want to get to you. You can ask a question, Mama. Please, we're backing you. So again, we want to say at the end of the day, it is why it is. We love you all for following Spoon. On this one, I want to send a special shout out, to Madam Joa Howard Tatum. Man, she looked beautiful here. Who?
How many times is that?
That's a
You got problem with it?
No, she's very pretty. And the Jew, happy birthday, Mama.
Happy birthday to her.
Anything, I beg
Yeah,
you.
we wish her well. Again, we want to celebrate her. I want to say thanks to all of you from my end. It was a great show. Till we meet again, may God save the state. May God bless us all. That's my closing. We're going to start through with Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, the Honorable Akaris Mose Gray, Brother Gibson, Isaac Doe, Sister Glendy, Connor Gray, and then Al Hussein. Fadiga will take us home. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
As we celebrate the life of Joel Howard Taylor, I also want to celebrate the life of my mother, Winifred Stevens Moore Chenoweth. Today would have been her birthday. I want to say happy heavenly birthday to you. I believe that it was a great show. Everybody had the opportunity to speak, but I have a few recommendations for the justice minister and the law enforcers in our country. I really want to recommend that the law enforcers remain open-minded as they collect their evidence. Use the evidence as a guiding tool to find whoever that is guilty of burning a historical building, the Capitol building. Don't try to be biased by calling out names. You know, there were several people, as Honorable Akaras Gray have said. You know, you have the maintenance people, you have the cafeteria people, you have capital security. Try to be open-minded. It's called professionalism. Um, Someone recommended that you speak to the public regularly. It's a very great idea. Keep the public updated. Our country has a history of torturing people. Many of the people that died during the Civil War, some people say it was 250,000 persons that passed away. Although all may not have been tortured, but a significant amount were tortured either by the neighbors or by rebel soldiers. So our country does have a history of torturing. And so I believe that it should be included in your press conference that we need to cease and desist. As you said, we should cease and desist and refrain from making a callous statement or insightful statement. I think that you should also ask us to cease and desist and refrain from torturing others. The police and law enforcement should do that, and we as ourselves as Liberians should do that. I believe that the officers should use other strategies other than torturing people to get information or to encourage them to lie. We've evolved as human beings where we can now, you know, be psychological or be an expert. Don't use torturing and, you know, brutalizing others to get information out of them. Yes, it was a great show. Thank you, everybody, for respecting each other.
Dr. Richardson. Let me go to Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. It was a good show. You know, each his own. Stanton always says, and I like the platform because we agreed to disagree, and we're not running anything down here because somebody disagrees, and that's the kind of leadership I expected to see at the legislature level. You know, when in a civil society, people have the right to their opinion and the way they think. Somebody say Paul Kennedy is stupid. That's how you think. That doesn't make me stupid. You know, so I wouldn't come and jump at you and start fighting you. Call me whatever you want. That's your opinion. That's the opinion. That's the perception you have of me as an intellectual person. I let you have that. It's your moral, and you know, it's your right to carry that as a burden. I wouldn't care. So I think our country should come to the point where people should be tolerant enough to allow people to have their opinion. When we get to that level, people will not be burning building down. And I condemn the act of the burn down of the building, right? But it shows the lack of leadership at the legislature level. You know, there too many things they've done in the recent time to show lack of leadership. They've asked for 3 million, and in management, you can have plus or minus 15 to 20% contingency. So maybe the 3 million, you who can do the math, they could have used 3.5 million, even 3.6 million will be okay. They used 13 million. 13 million. You allocated 3 million, then you spend 13 million on legislature hearing. That's corruption. That's lack of leadership. Why, you know, hospitals and clinics in the UL is not open? The legislature is using 13 million when they were entitled to use 3 million. And nobody in Liberia is getting angry. I mean, it's like everybody just say, you know what? These people can do whatever they want and let us suffer. That is what I hear. You know, so I think justice should be applied at all levels. And I appreciate that the justice minister is, you know, is setting now as a precedent, coming to address the Liberian people. I hope today a press conference should not be his last, because normally in the absence of information to the people, people will speculate. And in this kind of, you know, issues and, you know, relevant issues going around the country, speculation is not good because people will prejudice it, they'll put their opinion to it, and that is not good for our system. I always believe that Greg is a professional person and he does well. With the resources, you give him more resources, Greg will do well. The IG, he took the political social money today, but eventually they will come back if he has the right resources. He will enforce and they will do more. As far as the issue in Nimba, may the soul of Prince Johnson rest in peace. Sympathy to the people of Nimba. I don't know their tradition, will not speak to it. I have my own traditions in Bapulu that I ascribe to and I respect. So I respect people practicing their tradition. Liberia should actually identify some traditional values to follow. We don't have traditions why people burning down places and doing all kinds of useless things. If you have tradition, you'll be respectful of women, you'll be respectful of your colleagues' opinion, and you'll respect human rights and value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But Colonel Gray, let me hold you. I want to bring in Acid though, then you Honorable Gray. Let me bring in Acid though, then you will speak after him, please.
Stella, I requested.
So, I mean, you be here, you got no nothing to do. You're going to rest. So, what?
I didn't hear what you said. What they got?
I said I had an emergency. I wanted to go for.
Okay, I'm sorry. After that, please go ahead. Isaac.
Yeah, what is it? I get concern for him.
So, so while we're on the show, while we're on talking about the Nimba thing, which is that particular aspect not much of importance, but I tried, reaching out to a few persons, and thankfully I reached out to someone I met in Nimba when I actually went to Nimba. I remember when I was there that day, I even spoke with the Vice President Jeremiah when I was in Nimba, and the person told me again, just quote what the person said. They say usually the tradition things are handed down from higher authority in the family to lower authority. Right. Samuel Koga is uncle to Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson is nephew to Samuel Koga. By family rank, uncle is higher than nephew. You cannot have nephew passing touch over to a higher. It has to be higher to a lower. And so the person said, it's only politics Koga wanted to do, so he just put himself into it. But the truth is, the higher rank will pass down to a lower rank. That lower rank becomes a higher rank, who then passes down to another lower rank. It's not the other way around. That's what the person told me. So the person said, yes, it's a family tradition, it's a Nimba thing, but it is done wherein the higher comes to the lower. Samuel Koga is higher in the family rank because he's an uncle to Prince Johnson, who is lower with a nephew. So again, like we always say, when the politics time reach, we'll open our mouth to talk it. Right now, that's also blocked. Let me go on my next closing.
How many closing you alone get?
No, and only 2 minutes. I'm not going.
You can use all your time. Then when we
director.
I said, take my time. Take my time. Take my time.
That's what I love you. That's what I love you.
Thank you.
LBS managing director and employees, they're fighting. The other day, the employees gave press statement. Today, the other man gave.
I was wishing to take your time, but you didn't give me
tomorrow, another group with give press statement here and there. But I wanted to end on one thing, which was disturbing. I'm sure we can think about that. We didn't talk about it. Today, I listened to a few employees from the National Election Commission giving some kind of press statement, and I was disturbed. I get their point. I understand what they
say. Is that you people talking in your back, Isaac?
Everyone, nobody's talking in my back. Everyone goes through it, but to hear our friends from the National Election Commission having a press statement calling the names of opposition figures, Akaros Gray, Musa Belete, I thought it was strange. These are the same people that will be administering elections. In their mind, Akaros Gray, Musa Belete are bar opposition. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? In the eyes of election workers, there should be no opposition and ruling. Just like the code. In the eyes of the code, there should be no opposition and ruling anybody. But to hear our neck people speaking the way the lady was speaking today, especially members from the opposition, the legs of Akaros Gray, these are the same people that will be administering elections. Think about this. So I will hope that the right thing for those people to go into the political field should be done, because, hey, these are things that take countries down. Hopefully our country will never go down, but we have to talk about it. Someone that will be overseeing election, calling out people who will be candidates in the same election, I think it is troubling. I think it is
Thank you,
troubling.
Isaac. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colonel Gray, Honorable Gray, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted my brother Fadiga to understand that we come on this show to help elevate the conversation on the basis of our experience. And we have shared experience with some of you here. What is important is that to begin to list people are trying to incite violence or making insightful statements. I don't think Spoon Network will consider people making insightful statements on that network with all checkmating them, which is unfortunate. But usually I don't respond to government surrogates, like National Elections Commission, for example, that he spoke of, for you to take a press conference and reference Akaras because he came on Spoon and said the president's intention was wrong. It undermines the rule of law. I know the historicity of the Unity Party leadership giving money to one or two of them to have a press conference today, but I don't want to dwell into that. As I said, the National Elections Commission should be very credible. But I just wanted to read a line from the rule of law chairman in response to the Justice Minister Musa Belete, Representative Musa Belete. He said, to target the opposition through such remarks is an affront to the legislature and it is service to the democratic process. Let it be unequivocally stated, the rule of law caucus and the opposition as a whole will not be cowed into submission. A strong and vocal opposition is vital to Liberia's democracy, and no amount of intimidation would deter us from fulfilling our constitutional mandate to advocate for transparency, justice, and accountability. I am of the conviction that the Minister of Justice is the one that is fomenting chaos. Why do I say this? From the day the Supreme Court came up with its ruling, and the Minister of Justice wrongfully advised the president and interpreted the ruling of the Supreme Court, that was the beginning of chaos and taking side and providing security for one side. So the history of fomenting chaos at the Capitol building originates from the Minister of Justice interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling. Also, Stana, you started something very important on the show. You call it your crossfire at the end of the program. But I just want to ask Fadiga 3 quick questions. One, my understanding is that you have not yet taken your office in Europe, but you have taken 2 months' pay. Can you respond to that? The second question is this, that you promised this platform, this wireless into platform 2 nights ago.
Fadiga don't take pay already, he travel yet?
That 2 nights ago, you promised this platform that you will bring your certificate, the 3 to 4 months training program that you went to. Do you have the certificate and can you produce it? You also said on this platform that you have 2 master's degrees. Do you still stand by that statement that you have 2 master's degrees? Because what we teach our children out there, what we say here on the platform is very important because it's an educative platform. So can Fadiga clearly air whether he did 2 months pay that he took and he has not taken the assignment, that he did not take a requirement course to represent Liberia as a diplomat, which is a requirement. I'm not talking about the 9-month course for traditional diplomats, just for you to be appointed. Can he provide that certificate tonight? And once he's provided that certificate, I will apologize, as I promised the last time, that I will apologize.
Yeah, but thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. But you cannot accuse Fadiga of taking pay while he has not taken
you got the
salary.
information also, you know that Fadiga to pay.
No, but I want to ask my question here now. I don't know. Okay. I have nothing. But you saying that Fadiga taking pay, is it legal? Can somebody help us? That you have not taken a summit, you have not traveled, but you have taken pay? I don't know. So again, I hope you can.
Or taking money and not working for it. What work you doing like bread taking pay? It's
I hope Fadiga. I hope Fadiga. I don't know why Fadiga left.
But you know Fadiga taking pay.
Oh wow. Okay,
that's when you know, and I can bet that you know.
But don't come in there, I know nothing, man. I know nothing. What should I know? You got everybody say I know everything, like bro.
I don't have to gossip on the show. 2 months pay.
Okay.
Why the man laying in the hotel waiting like Liberia?
Okay, wow. Let me give my 2 minutes now, so we can.
But it's illegal, Gibson. It's illegal.
It's illegal. You have not taken assignment yet.
It's illegal. You're not working for it. Why they gonna give it to you? But they can give you per dime. You are going
you know what
they
can
give you per dime.
No, they can give you more. They can no. Listen, they can give you your transportation. They give you little money for resettlement to leave.
Yeah. Okay. But the man has not left yet.
But for salary, they can give you salary.
The
man taking salary.
Stop getting your head started with us who know it long time. Fadiga get paid.
Let me tell you something.
Forget what he knows about it 100%. Yes.
Okay. All right, guys. Let me make my comment. Let me make my comment on the
closing. This is the yellow journalism people can talk about. Don't we have the yellow lady on the show? But you get any evidence, Gibson.
You talk about evidence, talk about us who you know that Fadiga taking salary.
That Fadiga come by and tell us that he taking pay.
Fadiga say he coming by. Fadiga say he doesn't have to.
The man today he coming by here.
He knew I wanted to go.
Yes, we go ahead.
All right. Look, listen. For those who from Nimba, they know there are 3 layers of the strata, the leadership strata in Nimba, just as in Grand Jeddah. We have the family strata, we have the quarter strata, and we have the clan strata. There's no other strata in the tradition in Nimba County. In the family strata, if you are taking over from your father directly, it's a family strata. You can do it directly. The father, they can handle it to you. In the quarter strata, they also have that tradition. What Coca performed today is the clan strata. Now, in the clan strata, you don't have to live in a particular Zoket district. So all family members can live in Yam National district. So all people can live in different, but all of them are part of that clan. And when you perform that right covers everybody. How did I know? I know because my mom took me to Blood Diala before. Omer Vonsia, who was the traditional priest for Blood Diala clan, he died, and his younger brother took it. His younger brother did not live too long. He died, and Mary Vagbe was initiated as the traditional chief priest. Mary Vagbe just died, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. Mary Vagbe stayed so long as a traditional chief priest. So that's that ceremony when my mother was going for it, I went with her, and I know how they perform the rites. So what Coca did is an assertion of his authority, even though it's for his clan. But the Giopo don't have a lot of different clans. They have very few clans. So it will speak volume on a national scene. It will speak volume on a countrywide, and Coca name will be coming up more of the time. And why did I say so? Because on the truth, let's be unrealistic about ourselves here. Look, Jeremiah Kun is not leader. He is vice president from Nimba, but he's not leader. Traditionally, he's not. I don't care how any Nimba man can cost me. They can go ahead and say, I lie, I crazy, I do this. They know Jeremiah Kun is not leader. They know traditionally Jeremiah Kun know nothing about Nimba. A crew boy that was born in Nimba County, because he stayed and lived with his mom, So does not mean that he knows the tradition. In fact, many times he has been out of Nimba County, live in Guinea, live in other place. He doesn't know about the tradition. So let's be realistic. The reason why I have problem with him, he got serious judgment issue. At the damn Guinea where Prince Johnson and President Bouaké are at local head, Jeremiah Coon resigned as the chairman of Prince Johnson party. At the dying time, when Prince Johnson needed his support, he resigned as the chairman of the party. Why Jeremiah Coon is vice president? Prince Johnson is looking for work for his daughter that he had to contact Darren DeLong. Please talk to the president. Let him give my daughter something. What happened to Jeremiah Coon? Why Jeremiah Coon is giving other people jobs on a silver platter? And Prince Johnson's daughter could not get a job through Jeremiah's office to the president. No recommendation. So you can, you call yourself Nimba and you stay here, you say a lot, that's your business. I will not be afraid. Look, let me tell you something. The government can criticize crime man, they will not say that trouble listen. The fellow man can criticize government, they will say they will not be trouble listen. The Basa man can criticize government, will not be trouble listen. But attack crime and criticize government, they say that trouble listen. You can die your business. I don't care. I will criticize the government if the government not do anything do good. At your business, I don't care. I will speak it. Jeremiah Coon is not the leader traditionally. Jeremiah Coon is an ingrate. Jeremiah Coon is a disappointment. And Jeremiah Coon will stay forever.
Okay, so
thank you.
What is you all are yelling for?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Is Jeremiah Coon from Nimba?
Yes, the mother from Nimba. Just as my mother from Nimba too.
Thank you.
The question.
So thank you for recognizing that he's from Nimba. Let me ask you a question. Have you spoken to that daughter of Prince Johnson that few sedition running around and making show off that Jeremiah Coon? Excuse me, guys. That breaking I know. I beg you now. Let's try to be professional. Yeah, beg you. Everybody thought that when I come to talk, y'all want to attack me.
Crossfire.
You talk about the thing, but you tell
me I respect you a lot, but please allow me to talk, Chief. I beg you.
But you can't do that to CDC on the platform.
So you have your time to speak, and that's why I'm asking Gibson. I'm asking Gibson that put Tewon Gonglo hand out by unconsidered a great man, but deceived Tewon Gonglo because he was supporting Joe Weah. I'm asking Gibson that had no flavor in that thing, but he wanted to talk. Again, I'll come to you, my brother Gibson. You know I respect you. I will come to you. Gibson, have you spoken to that daughter?
No, but Darren DeLong is trustworthy.
Excuse me. You saying Darius Dillon is trustworthy, but you're condemning him on the private jet comment that he made. But we'll come to that later. So hold on, my brother, please. Let me say this. I have spoken to her.
Johnson, who recording about all these things.
Well, if you guys think that,
Glenny, can I beg you, Glenny, speak to this because it's important. We want to wait when the Barry Prince Johnson and we will open this. No, it's not you, Glenny. Glenny, it's not you. I'm just asking you. I'm asking you to allow these people then to give me a chance. Let me finish. No. I will ask you my question, you will answer. Maybe we might just jump into the crossfire now. Because it is embarrassing. Jesse, I beg you, wait now. It is embarrassment. You have not even spoken to her. I know her. I speak to this young lady.
Did she deny it? Did she deny it?
Gibson, please. When you guys, that's the reason why Nimba rejected your CDC.
No, why you're defending the whole thing? Who you want to defend?
Wait. I said you don't do this here. I said you wait. I said you wasting your time.
Who do you want to defend?
I said you eat it on the show. We're gonna put you in the bar. When you finish eating, you come back home, please. You don't eat on the show. I said You don't eat on the show, my brother. You eat it on the show. You know, we don't do that. I beg you, brother. I know you're hungry just from work. You don't eat on the show. So I'll give the time. I'll give the time to Fadiga. But
no, Matan. It's true, Matan. Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
Stop throwing tensions.
Let me do my 10 seconds. Fadiga, you come in.
Fadiga,
I will listen to you.
Casey is on the show to promote a radio station. Let's get in 30 seconds. Go ahead, Casey.
Why am I saying I'm not going to respond to it. That's your business. Let me just say this to people from Nimba who are listening to me. We will not let Prince Johnson bury before we tell the truth. I refuse that. While Prince Johnson's body is with us, we should tell the people the truth. We should tell the people who abandoned Prince Johnson in the middle of the road while he alone was in the kingdom.
When last you spoke to Prince Johnson? When last you spoke to Prince Johnson?
Talk now. Who you want to defend?
When last you spoke to Prince Johnson?
So now, who do you want to defend?
When last you spoke to Prince Johnson?
Can the man talk?
Prince Johnson,
you want to defend?
You never ever spoke to Prince Johnson. I used to talk to Prince Johnson. I know this story. You come here doing yellow journalism. You need to stop. That was Prince Johnson. That way he used to like you. Prince Johnson, he'll tell you, Gibson. Let me tell you now. Stop the bluff on the show today. It's so
I don't hate it. Listen, I have a whole crew. I have a whole crew that covering the burial ceremony.
I know you have the people there. I know that.
Yeah. But the problem is, I hear people say the main will not talk. No, not Gibson. Are different. Prince Johnson will be on with us. We will look at his body and we'll tell the people who did wrong. We'll tell the people again who did wrong.
So we know that. So
Fadiga, this is concerning. I can't speak came up with so many big allegations on you. Thank God you came back. Can you?
I came back to shop. What was the allegations?
Can you repeat what you said about Fadiga since he's here?
Yeah, one, you said you are going to produce your 3-month certificate on this program. You said you are going to do it after the gap. Your 3 weeks program, your 3 week diploma training program. You admitted to our training program. You said you're going to produce it here. You on record for
what
that.
Else?
And you also said, excuse me, you also said you had 2 master's degree on this program. Do you still stand by
what
that?
Else?
Finally, you have taken some money. You should be out of this country for that position, okay? And you stay in the country. Can you confirm that you took the money?
Well, I would be an idiot to respond to it, to anything you have to question. I don't owe you any explanation. Why
you only Liberian people because it's tax
true.
money.
True. Don't worry. True. So long as he refuse to respond to that, not true. He's a public official. He's entitled to respond to us. You are a public officer. You need to respond to us. You owe us explanation. Why will you take 2 months before you go on your assignment? They ask people you get respond.
Gibson, you're not a Liberian. Gibson, you are not a Liberian.
The reason I'm on this show here is because of the lies that you guys have been getting away with for the last couple of weeks.
Did you take me?
The fanfare is over. You trying to just gallop your way.
Answer the man, Brian.
That's all you guys do.
Answer the man.
Why you taking pay when you take pay? Did you take pay? You are a public official. You owe us response. Did you take pay?
Why you taking pay?
Business.
Silent need consent.
Aristocratic government is over.
And that's the thing.
You are a public officer. You need to tell us. You are entitled to tell us.
Let's go 1 minute. Now, beg you guys, because we have to let the people understand us. Honorable Gray, are you done with your question?
I asked Fadiga the first question that I expect you to respond to because I taxpayer money.
Don't waste your time.
Fadiga, we'll give you the chance to respond. Honorable Gray, can you ask a question? Then we'll mute you for Fadiga to respond, please. I beg you.
Yeah, but you can't just mute me like that. The
No,
question
I'm
here
asking
is
you. Ask your question. Ask your question, please.
question number one. You have accused lawmakers of making fabulous salaries, they're taking money. You accuse people you're eating for nothing money. It was predicated upon your accusation that people are now working for the money, they are eating for nothing money. My understanding is that you have taken some money for the portfolio you occupy. Did you take money for the position you occupy and stay in Liberia? That's one. Because of the accusation you made that people been taking money and not working for it. The second question here is the second concern here is that you said to this platform, it's not a gossip, that you produce on the next program, you are going to produce your 3-week training certificate program. You say you did the training. We need to see the certificate because it's a commitment you made. You say you're a man of credibility. We need to see it. Then I will apologize, which I doubt that you didn't do the course. That's why you were not bring it. The third concern here has to do with you saying on this program 2 nights ago that you had 2 master's degrees on this program. Do you stand by that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. I beg you guys, let's give Fadiga all the time to address this, please. And he says too, he need to close, please. Go ahead, Honorable Fadiga.
And gone are those days that we will take private jet to go visit Jackie Appiah. Gone are those days where the Liberian people money will be spent on a lavish flamboyant playboy that thought that they could use the loot this country for 6 years. Gone are those days where they will import women from Aricos and all over and have OGs in this country. We have a responsible president right now.
But you're not answering the question.
Guys, I'm begging you will come back.
Is not answering the question.
Paul, you will come back. Let's finish. I beg you. Everybody got to go private jet. Everybody got to give Fadiga a chance. You don't do this. I beg you, Fadiga, please. I beg you, everybody, but man, let Fadiga speak.
Gentlemen, I beg you, let Fadiga answer the question.
Fadiga, please speak. Fadiga, please go ahead.
Stanton, gone are those days that we have the head of the foreign service, the chief, the foreign minister that will be having sexual allegation against.
Stanton, check your WhatsApp. I sent him a paycheck.
He will have to run away from the U.S. Gone are those days. Gone are those days that you will carry on vain projects.
Okay, start on how many minutes is he taking to answer?
No, thinking about listen. The brother got to speak. No. If you are impatient, just mute yourself. The brother got to speak. He asked questions. The man got to address this issue. You don't do this.
Setting the whole thing up. That the purpose is setting up that he's sitting around. He's setting it up.
Already get your page stuff. Just be talking your boy. Be coming around.
All right, guys. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Sorry. This is what I'm going to do. I'm not trying to disrespect you guys. But if anybody interrupt Fadiga, let's put him in the back. When Fadiga finish, then you come back. Okay? Fadiga, right now it's 11. It's 8:11. That will be 1:11 in Liberia. You have 3 minutes, please, to address everything without interruption. Go ahead, my brother.
So, Stanton, as I was saying, gone are those days where the Liberian people will see one person say, I want to buy a private jet to boost my morale. You know, and one of my men gave me private jet to buy. We don't use private jet to boost our morale. Our foreign partners gave our dear president a jet whenever he needs it. Ellen flew commercial for 12 years, and she was still able to attract 16 billion foreign direct investment. These guys came, they looted this country, they carry on a bunch of vain projects. You look at the money that is spent, plunge this country into almost $2.5 billion, and you cannot see anything. The little things that it makeshift stuff they did around here cannot commensurate the amount that is spent. The country is now indebted. our this generation, the next future generation, we have to live to pay that. So when people want to talk about this, that, and that, look, this president going to change this country. Today we saw the president sending out pickup to all our magistrates, something that have not been done since Ellington. We saw the arrest agenda. We saw that Arab Liberians will be part of that agenda. We have people here want to come here and think that they can distract us. A doomsday preacher will come on this show here because we're not here. They come here every day and look for gotcha moment, try to sow lies, carry on consistent partisan bickering and lies and inciting violence. Look, we beat you guys. You guys were defeated because you abused the power reposed in you by the Liberian people. You abuse it. No more. You guys should learn from this. You guys need to go back, sit down and calibrate and ask yourself, where did we go wrong? Incumbents do win election. The reason you guys lost the election is because you abused the Liberian people trust. You abused the people. You thought you guys were the only men with balls in this town. This is where we are. Lick your wound. Look, losing sucks.
Stand on the 3-minute finish. We will not take it. The 3-minute finish. Look at the time.
The message got one more minute.
Take your.
Oh, you said 11. Look at the time. 14 now. All right, no problem.
Look at the time. Start on.
No. Okay, we're trying out.
Okay, one more minute.
We can see where we are. Look, you talk. You can't. I see you guys. Grab water. Drink some water. The general need to cut the hair. I don't know what.
Thank you, Fadiga. Thank you, Fadiga. So, guys, you gotta wait. We gotta go back. We gotta go back to Honorable Gray.
Responsible president that has been with his wife, his only one and only darling wife. I had an opportunity to have breakfast with the president last weekend.
Honorable Gray, you got Honorable Gray. Go ahead. I gotta bring in Conor Gray after you.
I just need 1 minute.
Honorable Gray, you got 1 minute from that. Conor Gray will speak. Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, you got 1 minute.
Basically,
thank you, Akaris Gray.
You know, the two noble ladies on this program were always conscious about being truthful. So don't make widespread allegations and just be truthful. I listen to them a whole lot, let me tell you. And look, Fadiga, when you come on this program and admit to the people and say to the people that I went through the training program, after that boss spoke, that Stanton called, okay, one of the best that the country can boast of in his generation. And you said, yes, I did the 3 weeks program and I will bring the certificate. And we agree, we apologize if you bring that certificate. You have not brought a certificate. There's a question about your credibility for everything you say on the show. That's one. 2, you say you had a master's degree. 2, on this show. The people are listening.
How many master's degree your president has?
You come back.
Fadiga, let the man you say 1 minute. I'm begging you, please.
You come back here, and you cannot confirm.
I can't go on my knee. I left. I keep my.
Man, Fadiga, you're disturbing the show, man. You spoke here for 5 minutes. You alone, instead of being biased.
Keep quiet. Keep quiet.
Stanton is being biased, and we need to talk that.
What bias? All four you come here.
Anything. Why are you taking pay and stay in Monrovia? Why? That's the question we're asking.
Is that your business?
Yes. You are taking pay for our taxes. You should be out there working.
That's why you keep losing the election. Because your cognitive ability is low. You don't
I've never seen a sycophant like you, Fadiga. Just the other day, you are insulting Omer Boakai. Just the other day, you are on your way insulting Omer Boakai. Will go on Facebook and
I need your help. I need your help. Fadiga killing me.
Quiet, man.
You said now you're trying running your mouth for job.
Let me just
You guys
close
just
quickly.
come here and spew nonsense.
You have nothing
You
but
just come
I
and come
you taking pay full months, you been taking pay, you go on your assignment. You said now
Hold
you're
on,
running.
and the full question across the act. I get this.
I want to appreciate all of you. I want to appreciate all of you. Remy Gray. No, Honorable Gray. That Honorable Gray speak here. I'm not spoken, please.
Oh no, don't
you
do that to me, man.
No. Gray, you will come back. Honorable Gray, you will come back.
I don't want to come back.
Honorable Gray, I beg you. Honorable Gray, you got fire coming. You got fire coming from your throne right now. We cannot allow you to continue to put out that fire, please. We're begging you.
No, that's not fire. I just want to
Honorable Gray, you will conclude. You will conclude.
No,
That try to ease the tension. Honorable Gray, I accept it. Let me be unfair to you. I accept it. Let me
bring you do this to me.
I beg you, Colonel Ed Remy Gray, my man. You got to come in, Colonel Gray.
Are you speaking? Someone on the platform?
I mean, why you crying?
Colonel Gray, you got to speak, my man. Colonel Gray, come in.
I can't talk while other people talking. I don't have that. I don't have that.
I'm not against the speaking,
yeah.
But you got easy up in
one of the reasons I said that when it comes to politics, sometimes it's a noisy game. That's why when I come here, I try to speak on behalf of the state as opposed to a political party or a church or religious institution, because those kinds of exercises can be extremely noisy. But let me say this to topper the water down a little bit. When we came back from Akasumu, or maybe the Accra Accord, they asked us to professionalize the police, the military, and other security institutions. And if you ask me, I would say we have yet to do that. You understand? We have not professionalized the police. Maybe the military, to some extent, they've tried. And the only thing is the strength of the military is still at a dismally low level. But if you want to be able to solve cases, you must professionalize the institution. Look, if you want to use traditional means like they used to do before at the Ministry of Justice, where they'll bring people with sassy woo to be able to determine if someone is lying or saying the truth, or you want to bring lie detector tests, those are all ways they recommended that we professionalize these institutions who are managing the lives of our people. You can come and just start pointing finger without any iota of evidence or any amount of evidence that is reasonable enough that people can say yes. Back in the day, when you steal the chicken in the village, when they put that sausage in the middle, they grab you, that part grab your stomach, it's hard for you to deny it and not me. That's how we were. But today we have other means to solve crime. I will ask the Ministry of Justice, the police, or whoever, NSA, whoever is involved with investigating crime, to make sure that they professionalize the process. To stop scaring people with snake and all that stuff, yeah, chances are they have it. You understand? Some of us, we lost our father or parent, through those kinds of means where they'll feed you to a live elephant, not lion or so on and so forth. But those were the allegations we had. We're in modern times, for God's sake. And let me chew a little bit on Mr. Gibson. I will never, ever question your professionalism. I will never, because I know you to some level. You know me. But if I wanted to tickle you a little bit, the only question I will ask you as a trained journalist, I will not say who made you a journalist. A person cannot make someone a journalist. Hell no. Because you have to go through the orientation. It's an institutional credit that made you a journalist. Not anyone can say, well, Kenneth Bessie was this person. Equally, the military cannot make anyone who they are, but rather the profession, the orientation that you take. And I felt bad when you said CFOS could have been. Nobody.
I take my word back.
Nobody thinks that way, that CFOS or me will become colonel because they wanted the lower people, the captain to be saluting. Look, that sound, in my opinion, comical. That's why I said, you come as a clown sometimes. But you know what? I respect you so much, my brother, because I know you. Your pen is very vociferous. I know exactly what you're capable of doing, my brother. So if I didn't look down upon your profession, don't come ask me who made you colonel. A person cannot make me colonel. That's why I said go back to the Ministry of Defense, see some of what I've done there to be able to determine that only a professional soldier, somebody of my caliber, with some of the highest level of IQ, can sit and be given a rank of a colonel to perform the job. Arrest
Thank you
them.
very much. Let me say this. While the people go back, while the people get ready for the funeral tomorrow, we pray for the peaceful funeral. We pray that the program be unique. Whether your opposition or imposition, and
Don't
all
close the
Liberians will
program here,
agree with
Stanton.
us, it's only important that everyone that will attend Prince Yedway Johnson funeral, they have to respect the family. You can talk your politics, you can talk your own, but remember, he has family. They need to go and respect the family. Put aside your politics, respect the wife, respect the children, respect the tradition. And we will beg everyone that listen to us tonight. It is not about President Boakai. It is not about Jeremiah Kuhn. It is not about George Manawia. It is not about Mount Ellen. It is about the family. You are going to sympathize. Leave your politics behind. We will beg every Liberians, every foreign dignitaries that are going to attend tomorrow, respect the family. That's all they asking of you. And at the end, we can talk politics after he is peacefully buried. May God save the state. May God save the program. May God bless Liberia. In this, we want to say thanks to every one of you. Come back again
My man,
tomorrow. Let's
try
have
to
a wonderful
respect
show.
people.
Thank
Stand
you.
on.
Honorable Ed,
Stand on.
yeah. Honorable Great, thank
Stand
you
on.
very much. Honorable
Stand on.
Great,
Stand
thank you
on.
very much.
Stand on. When somebody
Yes,
lie
sir.
about their education, you got to say it.
Yeah,
Once
but
somebody
sometimes,
lie about other things, you got
sometimes
to
we
say
gotta
it.
go.
Stand on.
Sometimes we
Stand on.
gotta go. Yes, sir. Yes,
Stand
sir.
on, no. On a
Yes,
serious
sir.
note, stand on. With all due
That's
respect to
again. You
you.
come
The
on,
reason,
Honorable Great.
the,
Talk to
no,
me.
the reason, stand on. The reason why I come on your show, we come here to ensure that we provide credible information to the public. This show got a lot of people who listening. We got our own platform also that we share the program on. So when people come here and they misinform the people and they just talk, we should correct them. Next time, don't allow him to escape. Don't
But
save him,
it's
please. I
okay. We
beg you.
still got more. We still got more days,
Yeah.
Honorable Great. It's after
This
one.
man
It's
here
gonna be
lie
one
about his
thirty.
education. He taking
He will
PhD in
still
this
come
country. He
back.
talking
He
about
will still come
corruption.
back, and you can battle it out. I want to appreciate you that you taking
I
two,
knew that
three
I
days
wanted
with
to
the
end the
week
show.
to come back. But you want to you wait. You killing the man. You want to bury him again, and you want to do everything. You already killed the man, man. Let's go back. But we want to say
No,
thank
let
you.
it, man.
Thank
My
you.
man, thank you. See you.
Thank you very much, Karis Great. Thank you. I want to say thanks to all of you, man. Again, we're just begging you guys. Let's honor the family. Let's respect the family. Go for the funeral. Leave for the family funeral, and then we can come and talk the politics. But tomorrow, like today in Liberia, it's all about the family. It's all about the family. If they want to cry, let them cry. If they want to roll, let them roll. Only them know what it is and what they are missing. So we beg each and every one of you, for the sake of our country, for the sake of peace, for the sake of the family, allow the program to be the best it can be. In remembering Prince Theodore Johnson. Nelson, thank you very much. And may God save our state. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Well, we want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been another great show, Spoon Talk. As always, having you on, joining the program tonight has been a wonderful one. We appreciate your respective contributions to the program every night. Those of you who join us from across the country on the different frequencies, we want to say thanks to you. Whether in Nimba, in Grand Jita, in Sino, in River G, in Grand Cape Mount, in Grand Cru, across the 15 counties of Liberia, we want to say thank you for always making up time to join us here on Spoon Talk as we discuss the issues here every night. Thanks a lot for joining the program. Thanks to our partner radio stations or affiliate radio stations across Liberia for always relaying the program. We want to say thanks to Trust FM in Bombay County, thanks to Premier FM in Bon County, thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Crew, thanks to Radio Yalaman in Seclipia, Nimba County, thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, right next door. Always relaying the program. We appreciate all of you for being a part of this journey to ensure that Liberians, irrespective of where they are, can get the updates, the analysis in real time with respect to the happenings across the country. We also want to say thanks to all of you who have been following via the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. Fabric Radio 101.1, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia. We appreciate you as well. Thanks to our online audience, we appreciate you a whole lot. All of you who will sometimes have sleepless nights, just listening to Spoon Talk or watching the show. Some of you joined us from the very start of the show to the end. I would just want to recognize a few of you, but before doing that, let me do a special birthday greeting for a few folks here, and I'm gonna go to the comment section and recognize a few of you. Abigail, little Abby, you're celebrating your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Your mom, Shirley Snen, um, your sister Gabby, Judah, and everyone, including me, we're wishing you a happy birthday as you celebrate your natal day. Happy birthday to you, little Abby. Abigail, we wish you all the best. And a special birthday greeting is also here for a special birthday greeting is also here for uh, Vivian, Mrs. Vivian Darling Songar of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Your husband is wishing you a happy birthday as you celebrate your natal day. He has a message here. He says, "Happy birthday to Mrs. Vivian Darling Slogan Songar of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Thanks for being a loving wife," he says. Thanks for being a loving wife, a caring mother, and a loyal friend. He's wishing you long life and a good health. He says from the entire family, your friends, including the children, Chazi, Adram, Sango, and Olive, and also from the final team of the Ministry of Information, um, Erika Johnson and Tenen Sawe. They all wishing you happy birthday as you celebrate your birthday today. That's you, Vivian Darling Sungun. Happy birthday to you. And I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us here tonight. As always, we appreciate you for making up time to join us on the program tonight. I see Mr. Philip Bala. Thanks for joining us. Uh, Adam, that's Adam and Mbwaka Sharif, Sam Rini Siafa, Emmanuel Saki, Eddie, Eddie Sapor, Marcus Williams, Ruth Goba, Maruf. We appreciate you, Telvin Payne. Thanks a lot for joining us as well. Thanks to all of you who always make up time to be here with us on Spoon Talk. Sandra Goward, my dear sister, thanks for being here as well. Alfred, that's Arthur F. Peewee. We appreciate you for joining us tonight. Moses Momolu, Cherio, thanks for joining us. Cherio P. Sege, thanks for joining us as well. Brother Dolo Dolo, James Dan, all of you joining us. Catherine Kumba Wright, we appreciate you for coming on. T. Darkins Richards, thanks for joining us as well. God Favor, Jay, thanks for coming on. We appreciate all of you for always making up time to join us on Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is here because you're there. It's because of the many contributions that that has kept us going, and we appreciate all of our valued listeners and viewers across the world. They will come your way again. Aloysius Doe, thanks for joining us. Joseph Gear, thanks for coming on. Henry Arman, Isaac Pa, Darlington VK Songa, yes. You send a very, very beautiful birthday message to your wife. And to everyone, we appreciate you. We look forward to having a great show tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. Until then, my name is Nelson Collier. Have a good night, everyone. Coming up shortly will be the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. I'll be here with the team to bring you an amazing show from that end. If you have the time, you can join us. It's coming up in just a couple of minutes from now, talking about the late night show. Until then, have a good night, everyone, and bye-bye for now.
Stand, coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat. To get your information. To the spoon, to be